Green freeze? Good. Frozen on my end. Welcome to Workhorse Wrestling Network. We are gathered with you here for AEW Full Gear, which is getting ready to start right now. They just were finishing up 0 Hour, and it looked like the tag teams were coming to the ring for the four-way AEW World Tag Team title match. So it looks like that'll be the match opening the main card. Thank you for joining us here at Workhorse Wrestling Network. We know you got a lot of options for your watch along, so we appreciate you being here. If you're here with us, please chime in the chat and let us know. CM should be here anytime. Hassan's here. He says, let's go. Let's roll it up and watch Full Gear. Sammy's in the chat. He says, let's go. What up, what up, what up, Hassan? Happy Saturday. Hope all is well. I know Anika tonight as she has to work. So if you're new to Workhorse Wrestling Network, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on this video, hit the bell on the YouTube channel to be notified. That's the best way to make sure that you get a notification every time we put something out on the YouTube channel. If you're with us on Twitch, thanks for joining us. Please give us a follow. We really appreciate it. The Flame has come to the ring. I think everybody's come to the ring for the most part. House of Black is coming to the ring. Nope, no Ruby tonight. She is Anika is working. Okay, that was weird. My feed started and then it had the copyright notice and then it went to the video and then just brought the copyright notice back up again. Let's see who else is coming out here. Private Party is in the ring. House of Black is in the ring. The Acclaimed is in the ring. That's everybody. It looked like there was a little dissension between maybe Max Caster and Anthony Bowens. It looked like Caster threw the microphone at Bowens after he was done doing his rap, and then Bowens looked all irritated. I guess. I mean, I don't. I've only been watching Dynamite recently for probably a month or two, so I don't know. Like, if there's some, I haven't noticed anything on Dynamite, but maybe there's something going on between the two of them on Collision or something. I don't know. Yeah, see, now Bowens is yanking Caster down off the ropes because Caster's, I guess, celebrating too much. Outrunners, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Brody King and Malachi Black, Kings of the Black Throne. Private Party, you're defending AEW World Tag Team Champions. Who will walk out with the titles? Should be a good match. Can't imagine Private Party is going to lose already. I guess if you're going to have them lose in a, this is a situation where I guess they don't get pinned, so it's whatever. But like, they just won these titles. I don't know how they could lose them right. I mean, they could lose them right away, but it didn't seem to make much sense. So I'm assuming Private Party gets a win here, but we will find out. Who is starting off here? Looks like maybe Malachi Black. And Is that Mark Quinn? Might be Malachi Black and Mark Quinn starting off. It's like. Berkeley countering and Malachi Black trying to a little back and forth, catch can wrestling going on at the moment. Malachi Black's a pretty solid technical wrestler. Haven't seen a whole lot of that from Mark Quinn, but he's holding his own here. Malachi Black into the lotus position in the middle of the ring. Looking at Mark Quinn. It was for kick, Black moves, leg sweep, back and forth, double kip ups. Both men are extremely athletic. Everyone's chomping at the bit to get in the ring. Malachi misses a big roundhouse kick. That's Mark Quinn. Mark Quinn rushes in, headlock, Malachi Black with the belly to back suplex, but Mark Quinn counters and lands on his feet, tries to kick. Malachi catches the foot. Picked up Mark Quinn. Malachi picks him up. Mark Quinn backs him into the corner. And Anthony Bowens is in the ring. Bowens tagged Malachi. So now it was Bowens and Quinn. Now it's Isaiah Cassidy and Bowens. They and Anthony Bowens going out of here. They've turned up the tempo. Third gear. Oh, big famous throw over the top from Bowens, playing Cassidy right on his face. And yeah, Bowens took his eye off of Isaiah Cassidy. Isaiah Cassidy with a little offense. Now one of the Outrunners tagged in. Oh, all right. There we go.
It wasn't
How's
me.
it doing? Hola, hola.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey.
No, I don't think there's gonna be any Ruby here tonight, Hassan.
Mm, I told him earlier. I told him she had to work tonight.
They don't love us enough to coordinate her schedule with our schedule, Hassan.
Yeah,
We
right.
tried. We tried, and it just doesn't work.
Unfortunately, her job doesn't really care about what Workhorse is doing as much as we'd like to think they would. But
They're just so rude. Okay. Do you have Brody King beating up?
yes, one of the Outrunners.
Yeah.
And I don't know them well. And I mean, I love the Outrunners, but I don't know them well enough to know which one is Turbo
That's
Floyd,
Floyd.
and I forget the other one's name.
Turbo Floyd and Nitro something.
Yeah.
But that I think it said Floyd on his butt. So.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Now he's doing his best, kind of he who must not be named impression. Oh, Brody King lays him out with a big clothesline.
I love Brody King.
It is good to see him. He's getting a lot more actual in-ring action lately, which is nice. Because it
Yeah.
felt like for a while all he was doing was just kind of standing in the background.
Well, he was with Julia, and you could definitely tell that he was really helping her because her style got way better.
And she's back.
Yeah, those promos have been really good.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how she looks when she gets back.
It looks like it's going to be her versus Hater. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
You know all about being a hater.
Malachi Black taking out everybody with a moonsault.
Oh, come on.
Throwing Isaiah Cassidy back in the ring. Or is that Mark Quinn? Can't tell
Now,
till I.
you know you can tell them too apart.
Oh, I can't. It takes me a second. I got to look at the hair. Oh, well, I guess Isaiah Cassidy's wearing a tank top, so that's obvious. Now that I realize that Isaiah Cassidy's wearing a tank top and Mark Quinn shirtless. Uh, Part of it is that I'm blind and I'm watching my phone, which is a small screen, so it has nothing to do with them. It's
Learn
100% a
how to
me
get a bigger
issue.
phone.
Well, yeah, I need a bigger phone. I think glasses is what I really need. But
Now you need to wear your glasses.
well, there is that. Now everybody's in the ring at one time. It's broken
Sorry,
down to
guys.
chaos.
It's acting crazy. Oh, come on, bro. You know, I would take them down too. If everyone's taking out the House of Black, I would take them out too. That would be
So
that would be the smart thing to do.
they're all holding Brody King, everyone, and Bowen's gonna drop the leg in the male midsection.
Are they gonna lift
In the
the lift side? Oh, not
couldn't
oh,
tell
that's
you.
hurt. See, it would have been really cool if they had done like the spot where they all lift him, like the Spirit Squad used to do. You know, like lift and then
Right.
just that would have
Yeah.
been cool.
Oh, Bowen's alone in the ring with one of the outrunners. Neck breaker. Private Party better make sure someone else doesn't get a pin here.
Oof.
Isaiah Cassidy in the ring. Kick to Bowens. Off the second rope with a big spinning DDT. Bowens is down. Here comes the outrunners. But well, there's his parents back at the house.
I'm gonna see if I can get that to speed up. Probably gonna regret that. But you were
Big
just
kick from Mark Quinn. Private Party won both guys up on the top rope. Outrunners in the ring. Oh, double 450 splashes. 1, 2, and both outrunners kicked out.
okay.
Interesting.
Now I'm a little bit ahead of you.
Okay.
So you have Private Party and the Outrunners in the ring, both teams, tag team things. Do you think they're gonna hot shot the Outrunners tonight, or do you think the Acclaim will actually win?
I don't know. I mean, Private Party just got the titles. I would think they would stay champion, but I guess we'll see. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mind it on the Outrunners. I mean, I like them. They're nostalgic and a throwback as a kid of the 80s and 80s wrestling. At the same time, and they've grown a fair amount. I still feel like they're kind of a mid-card team, even though they're getting booked a little bit better than that at the moment. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
Shish!
about them being champions. I mean, I think they'd be fine. And Private Party literally just got the belt. So, I mean, I think they should win here somehow. I mean, I think they should retain somehow. I mean, this is the right environment for them to lose it and still be, I guess, somewhat protected. But it's Private Party. Like, protect them for what? You haven't done anything with them up to now. So, like, I mean, it's weird to me. Like, if you think this is their moment and so you put the titles on them, then I think they need to stay, give them a chance to actually have them for a minute. I mean,
Instead, ooh, that was good.
yeah.
Exactly. Momentum stopped from the House of Black.
Oh, yeah. Oh, both members of House of Black got the worst end of that, trying to go in again for a double team in the corner. Yet and that's when the momentum was stopped. Outrunners with the double team move on Brody King, sorry.
Working.
Brody King,
Malachi
not
Black
Brody
does
Lee,
not stay down.
right?
Like you would think Brody would be like the big monster, but low key, Malachi is like the super boss.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that a little bit for sure. There's definitely a hierarchy in the House of Black, and Malachi is definitely the boss man for sure.
Well, I mean, like,
Brody and Brody and Buddy are definitely the muscle. I mean,
so it takes a lot to put down Brody King. It takes a lot to put down. No, it takes a lot to put down Buddy Matthews. It takes
yeah,
a lot to put down Brody King. But it takes a whole lot to put down Malachi.
agreed, agreed. Yeah, they definitely book him as the strongest of the team for sure. Super kicks with the what
What
is
the
going on
hell?
with Max Caster and Anthony Bowens? Like I said, I haven't been watching
Oh, okay. So I
Collision and
always
Rampage, and this is the first
wonder.
time I've seen him have this issue.
No,
Oh, here we
no,
go,
no,
finger
no, no,
poke of
no.
doom.
But think about it.
Almost.
If both members of the team are in there, they're both the legal men. No one else is in there. So if you pin your teammate, you win. Nobody. Thank you,
Nobody's ever thought of that before.
thank you, Acclaim, because it makes sense.
It does. But do you know what's going on with them? Because I don't, like I said, I haven't watched Rampage or Collision in a while, and I haven't seen them on Dynamite in a minute. But it looked like they were beefing. Casper came down and did his little normal, intro rap, and then it looked like he threw the microphone at Bowens, and Bowens looked all irritated. And
Well, it's the stuff on Twitter, but it's also Max kept the card from the Hurt Syndicate.
oh, okay,
So they're slow burning a split.
I see. That makes sense.
Who do y'all have for this match tonight?
Like I said, I assume Private Party's going to win. I mean, I kind of want the Outrunners to win at the same time. Like, I don't know. I mean, even though they're kind of unique and different for the time, it still feels like a little status quo just because they're funky white dudes. So, but no, like I thought, a Private Party would get the win, and they just did on my TV. So,
They
um,
did. I appreciate that.
I assume that. I mean, I'm hoping. I mean, not that everything that wrestling companies do makes sense, and not that they don't hot potato the belts a lot and whatever. But it seems to me that if you're going to go out of your way to take the time to put the belts on somebody, no matter what situation it is, you're at least in the beginning, your thought is that they're going to have it for at least a minute or two. So otherwise, why do it? I mean, you're probably not going to put it on thinking, oh, well, their very next match, we'll just have them lose it. If so, that doesn't make any sense to me, that thought process. So in that regard, like they said, they just got these. So for me, it makes sense that they win here. It's
Is it?
questionable whether they're the best team out of these four, but at the same time, whether they're the ones that should be champions in the first place. But they got the opportunity, they won, and they are champs. So, and this is a nice match to have
It's
under
the
their belt.
baby.
I think this is the first match or their first defense of champions. I'm not sure, but it can't be more than their second. So, um, this is a nice one. But beat three quality teams. I mean, Outrunners are a little bit lower end of that, of those three, but three quality teams and solid defense and a good opening match for the show. I'm not a
It
huge
was
fan
their
of
first.
multi-man matches, but
It was their first defense. Yes,
that's
and
what
also,
it is.
whose kid was that? Oof. Okay. Orange Cassidy is getting darker and darker,
I think I'm about to see it. Yeah. Yes, he is.
and not in the Adam Cole way.
Yeah, that's funny. Orange Cassidy.
Oop. I can hear what you hearing.
Huh?
I could hear what you were hearing.
Oh, sorry. I'll turn it down a little bit more. Turn it down. Out of it. Hear what I was hearing.
I just didn't want our stream to get taken down.
uh, yes, sir. Orange, or yes, ma'am. Orange and all black. So looking a little bit dark. This is the dark orange. This is an angry orange.
Now this one, MJF versus Roderick Strong. I think we get a Roddy turn.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really know what to make of this. I mean, we talked a lot about this on Winner's Circle this morning. The whole. I like Roderick Strong, and I'm glad that to a certain extent he's getting this spot in what feels like a big program
Mhm.
for a guy that's been treated pretty much like a mid card guy his whole career. And even when he was with the bigger faction, like on NXT Black and Gold as part of the Undisputed Era, he was still kind of the lowest man on the totem pole to a certain extent with them. And so at the same time, like, and this is no disrespect to Roderick Strong, and this match should be really good, but everybody really wants to see Adam Cole versus MJF, and I'm not totally sure why such a slow burn on it. I don't know why they decided to go this route and have this match now and not do Adam Cole versus MJF right now. So it's a little odd to me, but it is what it is. And I mean, I think the match should be really good. I mean, both men are solid wrestlers, and Roddy's underrated. So, but it's just odd to me. And he's not Adam Cole, unfortunately. I like Roderick Strong, but he's not Adam Cole.
I think it's
Um,
because Adam Cole is still injured. Like he's still getting used to his leg.
yeah,
But also, you never really had the conclusion of MJF versus Roderick Strong, which we kind of want. It
yeah,
it didn't end the way that we wanted it to with Adam because Adam Cole got in it, but
right.
MJF versus Roderick Strong was what it should have been.
What is he doing? What was that little pelvic thrust down the entrance ramp?
I leave that's
I've never seen
that's
him do that
embarrassing.
before.
That's
I'll
embarrassing. Um.
be right
Also,
back. 1 second. I'm gonna get some water. Hold on.
okay. If you all have listened to Kendrick Lamar's new album, when he yells out mustard, it reminds me of um Roger Strong yelling out Adam. So I had a good time laughing at that for a while. You know you're not muted, right?
Yeah, I know I'm not muted.
Okay.
Sorry, that's my other TV. It's my wife's TV.
Hi, Mrs.
Yeah,
AOW.
I did. CM says hello. I did listen a little bit to it. I haven't listened to the whole album, but I did listen to the first couple songs. I mean, I like the first couple songs so far. I need to give it a little bit better listen. It was kind of a casual pass at like the first two or three songs, but
I,
in the past I haven't like I can, I have the ability to recognize somebody that's really good at what they do and still not necessarily like they're not always my cup of tea. That's nothing against him. I just haven't necessarily been like, no, again, I'm not an anti Kendrick person at all. I'm a fan. I just haven't, I don't have a whole ton of his music when I look at it, like in my playlist and stuff. And I don't actually have any of his albums like saved when I look at my albums. So it's interesting. Like, so no, he's not always my cup of tea. Some of the ways, some of his style, a little bit, sometimes his cadence and stuff. I don't. But I mean, I always like his content. So,
he's not really made for you.
huh?
He's not really made for you. The lyrics and the content aren't necessarily made for most people.
Yeah,
Like his albums, you'll have the radio songs that anybody can bop to, but the actual meat of the albums is not made for most people.
yeah. No, I agree.
That's why I'm
I
not like this
agree.
pissed a lot of people off, which is kind of the point.
Yeah, I thought it was exactly your point. So no, that's taking over the number one spot on my playlist. I mean, that's one of my favorite songs now. Not like us. I love that song. So
Yeah, that's
that's been
somebody's
the
favorite
first.
calm down song. Yeah.
That's been the first Kendrick song that I was like, oh damn, like oh shit, like I really like and pump it and play it, and which is probably a disservice because he's probably got a lot better songs. I'm not overly like I haven't been down the rabbit hole a whole lot with his catalog, so he's probably got a lot of better stuff out there. That's the one that like I was like, oh shit, just for whatever reason, I just
I can listen to Good Kid, Mad City and To Pimp a Butterfly all day long. Damn, I can listen to most of the songs like back to back to back. It's just when you find a musician, when you find an artist who is very passionate about their work and you can vibe with what they're talking about. That's it.
yep.
Big Mom, I need you to stop. All right, so we got MJF. I don't know how to describe what he just did to Roddy, but it ended with a back to the apron.
Back to the apron. Yep, both men are outside. MJF, it looks like he was getting ready to take something off the ring. Oh yeah, he's sticking his fingers in that. Oh, stuck his fingers in the little thing that holds the turnbuckle to the ring post and yanking Roderick's fingers back.
I need MJF to do something with his hair. It's bothering me.
Oh, he's got Roderick up to do something. Yep, oh there it was, the thing that ended on the Roderick being dropped on the spine on the ring apron.
I cannot wait for pay per views on Max. It'll be a great one again.
Yeah, I mean, I really, 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 really hope that you just get them included for your price for your max monthly payment. But
You're not. It's
I,
going to be a discount.
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you have to pay extra for them. So
Well, you said you're going to pay extra.
I missed that, I guess. So I guess the
Mm.
question is how much extra?
You said it's going to be a good discounted price. So if it's $20, that's not bad.
Well, $20 isn't terrible. $20 isn't terrible. But I mean, I still contest that the best thing about the network and now Peacock is that with WWE, assuming you're a fan and you watch them, that for the same $10 you pay just to get Peacock, you can get all their pay-per-views. So
Yes, but most of their for 10 bucks, a lot of people watch ads with the Peacock subscription.
yeah, yes,
And they did calculations, and most of WWE's pay per views on Peacock are literally ads.
interesting.
So if I'm paying $20, but I'm actually getting wrestling, I don't mind it. Like that's why I
Right,
don't mind right now it being $50. And I know people are like, "Oh, the card is so long." Da 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 da. If you're paying $50
right,
every month, or you're getting a bundle and you're paying like 75 for like two of them,
yeah.
you want your money's worth.
No,
Hell
I wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, luckily it was on Netflix, but otherwise you have issues like with the Tyson Paul fight, where like, I mean, if I had paid, I wouldn't. But in theory, in the past, I have paid for Tyson fights. It's been a long, long time. But if I had, and I'm sure plenty of people would have, I would have been pissed if I'd have spent $100 on that thing, and that's what it would have been. I mean, if it had been somewhere else on pay-per-view. So, and then don't get me wrong. I mean, I give a 60-year-old man credit for getting out there and doing whatever, but at the same time, like it wasn't a fun fight. That fight wasn't fun. I mean, no disrespect to Mike Tyson. It wasn't fun. I mean, there was nothing. The women before that fight killed it. The women were amazing. That was the best fight of the night by far. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, I mean, I would have been pissed. And there were plenty of times, and there's plenty of times I've spent money on, UFC fights or whatever, and been extremely disappointed. So As
First
long
off,
as it's,
before I respond, hi Dolores, I'm just seeing a message. I have not been paying attention to the comments. Hassan, I'm gonna go with Roddy too, but I feel like MJF's gonna win. Um, but also, you do realize Mike Tyson could have won that fight, right?
oh, I'm sure, of course, at any point in time. That's why they keep saying, oh, it was staged and set and it was rigged to make Jake Paul look whatever. And maybe it was, I don't know. But I mean,
Uppercuts that
I
Mike
mean,
Tyson hit in that fight.
I mean, I have no doubt that if Mike Tyson hit Jake Paul would feel it and probably go down. So but the reality, and whether it was staged or not, the reality is that he didn't throw a punch at all in the final round of the fight. I mean, I don't think he threw one punch in the eighth round. So again, he's 60 years old and tired, and maybe it was rigged. Maybe it is all,
One, the
fixed or
contract
whatever. But
said no uppercuts. Two, there was a stipulation on how much money he would get if it went a certain amount of rounds. And then three, you could tell when Jake Paul was feeling himself and getting a little bit too cocky that Mike was just thinking, if
yeah.
I hurt him, how much trouble will I be in?
Yeah, which is, unfortunate because I mean, I'd rather just give us Mike Tyson and let him actually fight. I mean, I don't, but it is what it is, I
Now,
guess. I mean,
he called out Conor McGregor. I love to see these two assholes fight. I would love to see that again. But I also have been rewatching Khabib fight Conor McGregor. If you want to start your morning off right, just watching him just beat him down. Talk about what you want to talk about. What you want to talk about. Ah, good times.
Watchalong dropping MJF back first on the
Shit.
ring or guardrail.
MJF is talented, which is why it's so bad that he's such a jackass.
Right.
He's not
Strong
even a
signs of the
regular
road.
New Jersey jackass. He's just a jackass being a jackass.
Charges
Oh,
and clinic.
okay. So the newer ones, the newer messages are at the top. Okay, that's why I didn't see it.
Is that right? I guess it is.
Well,
Interesting. On the screen there, the way you have them.
yeah, I'm still getting used to this. When y'all
Yeah,
moved
yeah,
over.
yeah. And I mean, I don't want to say too. I still prefer StreamYard. I just think the interface it's more user friendly. But we love Restream
See,
too, so we're here now.
I don't I don't have like you're logged in and all that stuff. So you're running. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we don't have the match graphic down here.
Oh, my bad. You're correct. And actually, you know what? That's on my that's because Dolores actually gave them to us and I didn't.
I know. So Dolores, just so you know,
Is
I'm not
it?
actually logged in. I'm on the link that you gave me. I don't have any of the backstage stuff.
Here we go. Here we go.
I don't have any of the backstage stuff. So yeah.
There we go. How's that? Is that better?
Yes, yes. Ooh, I like this font too. It's pretty.
Ah,
But from what I have, I like them both. I just stream or stream. Slide
Ruin
down.
themselves. I mean, I think that they somehow knew. I mean, I guess when you're a business that how big a market share you're starting to get on things and how many people use your platform and all those things. They were like, yeah, we've got all these people, we can charge more now. Supply and demand.
My former job tried that. And I don't think they're gonna be number one anymore.
Yeah.
It's not
Rocket Strong chopping and punching MJF. MJF with a kick to the midsection. Off the ropes. Oh. Big kick to the face from Roddy.
Ooh.
Rocket Strong setting them up for I'm trying to roll him over. Texas
Come on,
Cloverdale.
Roddy. Come on, Roddy. Come on, Roddy. Can you say come on, Roddy?
Is MJF going to tap out? Last game, ref. Somehow MJF got out. I can't tell if MJF actually used his leg strength or if Roddy just gave up the hold, but
I can't tell if Roddy looks darker. If that's the color on my screen. You know how when you have like the nightshade on or the ooh ooh God
MJF couldn't get him over on the suplex because his back is
that
too hurt,
hurt.
I guess. A big
Jesus.
right here from Roderick Strong. I kind of half expect Adam Cole to show up, but
I hmm, I don't. I feel like somebody has to be a heel, and I don't know who I want to be a heel
yeah.
because I don't know if MJF has finished filming his movie, but somebody's got to be a heel, and it's got to be between Roderick and Adam.
Unfortunately, I think that is true and correct. Roderick just had a 2 count on MJF. Got his foot on the rope.
Did you
Just
see that
barely.
backbreaker or those
Yeah.
knees? Ladies
Yep.
and gentlemen, Roderick Strong hit some knees to the back that just, ooh, they made my back hurt.
Right. And like we talk a lot. Like there's, they do a lot they do a lot of stuff a lot of times to try to mitigate the impact of stuff because it is what it is. But when you're actually like free floating in the air, there's very little you can really do to mitigate that impact. And that move that Roderick Strong does, he lets go of those people and they actually like flip and land on his knees. Like that can't be a fun move to take. I mean,
Oh, the end of heartache?
there's very little room to mitigate the damage to that or from that. MJF with the suplex. Both men down in the center of the ring. The ref's starting to count. Who's going to get up
Oh,
first?
oh, oh. Yeah. It's going to
MJF
be
for the
expected.
salt of the earth.
Yes.
Is Roderick Strong going to tap out? Is it over?
Yep. On my end, it
Yep.
is.
Yeah, it looks like Roderick Strong tapped out to the salt of the earth, or the ref called it, one or the other. I mean, he must have tapped out because he didn't
He
pass
did.
out.
You can
So,
see, if you look, you can see his hand.
okay, yeah, I just missed it. So, MJF is your winner, defeating Roderick Strong, as I figured he probably would, but a very solid match nonetheless. And again, I mean, Roderick Strong's been paying his dues as kind of a mid card, lower card guy for a long time. So it's nice to see him get a spot against this, a major main event guy. Oh, MJF out to get a chair. It looks like he's not done
If
causing
Bobby
damage
Fish
to
was there,
Roderick
he would
Strong.
have won.
That might very well be true. I'd love to see Bobby Fish come out and
No, no,
save
no,
him.
no, no. Oh,
So he's got a chair. He's wrapping the chair around Roderick's
that's mighty
arm.
convenient.
He's going to stomp and break Roderick's arm. Here he goes. And he
That's
did it.
what I'm saying. That's
Wow. Where's
that's
Adam Cole to help his friend from getting his arm broken? Oh, here he is. Oh,
there's
too
three
late.
of them. All three of them.
What's up, Jeff? What's up, Jeff Hardy?
Right there.
Come, coming down,
That's what I'm
coming
saying.
down to save his brother, but had to dance first.
Because he don't really
Adam
like
Cole,
that. You know he don't.
just a little too late.
Oh, Cal. Oh, okay, Cal.
Adam Cole in the ring.
Well, Kyle, you weren't there either.
Kyle O'Reilly in the ring. Kyle
Yeah.
pushing Adam Cole down. Right? Like, I'm going to get mad at Adam Cole when you weren't there either. You didn't do nothing to protect Roddy. And not only that, but when they asked you to join Undisputed Kingdom, you were like, no, I'm good. So this is a little bit on you, bro.
He
Sorry.
went over there to be a part of the conglomeration.
Right. Yeah, I know. Which is fine. I mean, I like the conglomeration, but then you can't get mad at other people. Like, really? And now you're going to carry Roddy out by yourself, Kyle? Whatever.
Ooh, money, money.
Is it time for Mercedes and Stat? I haven't gotten that far yet. Adam Cole's leaving the ring
Yes,
now.
it is
With
time for
Undisputed Kingdom.
Statlander. This would be a great time for you to go ahead and change the banner. What? Dolores works hard on those things. Yeah,
I
you know,
know I'm
with the 50
changing it.
buck
I'm
matches that Tony
changing
Khan
it.
gives us,
I'm changing it. I'm changing it.
yo, okay. While they're doing the video package, folks of the internet, you cannot demand that a wrestling company has stories, especially multiple stories for the women, and then be mad when they give us multiple stories for the women. Oh my god, they ruined Camille. She is the heavy to a final boss who is arrogant, a prick, believes that she can get out of anything and she doesn't need to work like any other CEO. You are not supposed to like Mercedes. You're supposed to kind of low key empathize with Camille. They just made her look so stupid. I mean, yeah. Tell me you watch only WWE without telling me you only watch WWE. Like, damn. Other people have
To be fair,
stories.
and I'm not sure why I did make the comment today, and I'm sure you'll have some input on this. I, for me, Sasha Banks is when we talk about women's wrestling in WWE. We had a Mount Rushmore, and she's on my Mount Rushmore. It doesn't feel like Mercedes has had the same connection for me since she's been off as Mercedes Monet. It just feels like there's a little bit different. I don't know what it is. Do you have any sense of that at all? Have you felt that way in any way, shape, or form? Like it's not clicking quite the same for her as Mercedes Monet so far in AEW as it did as Sasha Banks per se in WWE.
For me, it clicks the same, but it's also a lot of people soured on Sasha Banks because before everyone else called him out, she called out the fans for stalking. So that made people feel a type of way. And then I hate to say it like this, it's the WWE brainwashing and conditioning. They told you that Sasha Banks didn't care about you because she walked out. They told you that she was greedy. They planted a bunch of false narratives and made her seem like she was super entitled and she didn't care about the fans and she didn't care about the business. When in fact, her and Naomi cared so much about those belts, they're willing to walk away because it made no sense. And look at what's happened with those belts. Look at what's happened with the women's division. You have NXT and then you have the main roster where people go and get lost. Like
Yeah.
for me, my issue was I would not have had Mercedes first. I would not have the Mercedes Britt Baker feud. That was a issue for me. But I would have let Mercedes and Willow cook a little bit longer. But her versus Britt wasn't it because Britt wasn't into it.
Right.
And Britt tried to Charlotte Flair her way out of things. And Britt is a better wrestler than Charlotte, which isn't saying much because it doesn't take a lot to be better than Charlotte Flair. Um, So it was a lot of Mercedes kind of having to carry it. But I will be very honest and go back to your original point of the question of the non connection, and it's very much brainwashing by WWE, whether you realize it or not. It's like if you say little things enough and you give examples and you see it everywhere and here, it's sort of like an election that recently happened. If you put enough little sound bites out, that's what people will latch onto, whether it's the truth or not. Money. I like this wig.
Both women in the ring.
The
I
wig is
can't
good.
imagine Statlander's getting the win here. I assume Mercedes is going to get the win.
See, here's the thing about I've seen for AEW lately. One or two matches have some surprise endings that you don't see coming. This might be one of the ones that has one of those endings.
Which is fine for me, especially if Mercedes is going to switch her attention and move on to the AEW Women's World Championship, which is where I think her attention should be. I mean, to be fair, Tony wants all the titles to be equal, and Jade did a great job with this same title, and so I mean, I definitely this title has prestige, but like if she's changing her, if after this she's gonna turn her attention towards the Women's World Championship, I'm all here for that.
See, I don't want her to go for the Women's World Championship just yet because I need that that Nina Mariah Tony thing kind of a little bit more resolved before you move Monet into the picture. Because if you move her into the picture, something's going to not connect and it's going to be a mess.
Yeah. No, I mean I can see that. I just don't. I guess my issue is personally, I just am not. I love Tony Storm. I thought the stuff she was doing as timeless Tony Storm was great, probably the best work of her career. And I enjoyed the stuff with Mariah May, and I thought her winning the title from Tony was great. I thought they did a good job with that. But since then, I've been very underwhelmed with both Mariah May, mostly with the way they're booking her. I don't think it has anything to do with her, just the way they're booking her in that title run. And honestly, at this point, like I'm not really overly invested in her and Nina and Tony at this moment. So in that regard, I guess I don't know.
It's because it's been a long stop start with Nina, but now that she's going to be in America for a few months, I think we're going to be okay to go ahead and get that
Yeah.
going and get that out of the way. I
Yeah.
think Mercedes loses where they've been having the women in Japan and CMLL. I think that would be a good idea for her to go and do.
That with the moonsault, Mercedes kicks out after a 2 count. Mercedes rolling out of the ring, trying to catch her breath, get herself a moment.
Huh? What is she?
Jack going out after her. Mercedes back in the ring. Oh, Statlander looks like she's going to try to suplex Mercedes outside the ring.
Oof.
Oh, over the top rope. They're on the ring apron. Mercedes with the Hurricane Rana off of the ring apron. Holy shit, that was nice. That was a
You see
nice
what I
move right
mean by
there.
having like an opponent who's into the match and is doing well? Like to me, Mercedes and Sheeta, minus one or two hiccups, was really, really well done. I think
Yeah.
this match is gonna be get out of her butt. Dang, camera guy. If you get any further up Chris Statlander's butt, we gonna see her hole. Am I lying?
Mercedes in the ring all low.
She's such a douche.
Mercedes with the Meteora off the ring apron. Then back in the ring, telling the ref to start counting.
I
Counting
would
for the
love
ref.
I would
Counting
love
with
a mixed tag team match of Mercedes and Okada. Money, money.
Money with the Rainmaker. Monet with the Rainmaker.
I would love to see it.
It would
Especially
definitely be a
he's
contest to
like
see who
the
could be
elite
douchier.
right now.
Oh, the Meteora onto the to stat on the steel steps. Ouch. Statlander is in trouble. Mercedes is in full control at the moment.
She is so little yet so vicious.
Yeah, right?
Like, I'm sorry, Mercedes Monet, Mercedes KV, Sasha Banks. Her being a face just doesn't work long term. She's just such a butthole. Like her character is just such a butthole.
It's funny because you wonder sometimes like the best characters are when they're their on authentic selves, right? Because they don't have to do a whole lot of change. So you wonder like when people really thrive as heels, like is it because they're really assholes in real life? I'd like to think
Well,
they're
you
not,
know they
but some
say
of them are and some of them aren't. I mean, they know, but
so they say like the best heels are from the people who are like the nicest in real life.
that's funny.
So like Adam Cole is the sweetest guy, but on camera, such a butt.
That's funny. Mercedes on the second rope. Another Meteora. One, two. What? That was kind of weird. It looked like Mercedes grabbed the rope to break the count. That looked odd. I'm not totally sure what happened there. They were awful close to the ropes. At first, I thought it looked like Stat was going to get her leg on the rope, but then it looked like Mercedes grabbed the ropes. That was weird. Not totally sure what happened there, but the match continues in the middle of the ring. Both women exchanging blows. Stat getting the better of the strikes. Whoa! It looked like Stat was going to power bomb her, but Mercedes countered into some sort of like DDT for a 2 count.
The man was good to her. She's got all these.
Oh, a little reverse DDT. That was a nice little move there. Mercedes setting Stat up.
How did she do that?
Ooh, sunset flip, Stat in the corner. Mercedes back again. Meteora into the
Oh,
corner, dragging her out. One, two. Statlander kicks out again at a close 2.5. Statlander throwing some resilience, internal fortitude, intestinal fortitude. Mercedes on her back, choking her out.
did you know Chris Statlander, Orange Cassidy, and Trent Beretta were on um, The Floor is Lava on Netflix?
I did not know that. That's funny.
Yeah, I saw that the other day with my kid.
That's funny. Yeah, because I mean, my grandson loves The Floor is Lava, but I haven't seen that one yet. I have to check that out.
I saw it and I was like, oh, they're wrestlers. And she was like, she goes to Orange Cassidy. She's like, that's a wrestler. I was like, yeah, that's what your match is. And she laughed. She knew. She was like, Chris is a wrestler, but she's alien.
Mercedes went for the DDT off the top rope. Statlander threw her across the ring.
She's so
Stat
weird.
charged in. Mercedes got both legs up. Mercedes on the second rope. Went for another Meteora. Oh, Statlander caught her. Powerbomb Mercedes into the corner. This match has been better than I thought it was going to be. I mean, I didn't think it was going to be bad, but it's exceeded my expectations. I was a little concerned just about the chemistry, but they've exceeded my expectations. It's been really good.
Oh, they've been having like amazing chemistry. This was the match I wasn't worried about at all. Like I knew this match was going to be good.
Mercedes holding the back of her head, trying to get to her feet. After that huge power bomb in the corner.
I don't.
Sammy
For me,
says,
this is expected.
agreed, exceeds expectations.
This was expected for me because they do have good. All three of them, her,
Big
Camille,
power
and
slam.
Statlander, have good chemistry together. Nah,
So Sammy said, see, I thought the chemistry was off
ooh,
going into it.
that was a nice
I don't know if I
slam.
thought it was off per se. I just, there hadn't been really most of the interaction been between Stat and Camille. There hadn't been a whole lot between Mercedes and Statlander. And on paper, they're kind of clashing styles, and so which can work often. I wasn't sure how it would play out in the ring, but it's been very good.
I guess it's for me. It's because I remember how this kind of started low key when it was Willow versus Mercedes and just the little things that were coming into it.
Willow and Stat were with Stokely, trying to be a little faction.
See, y'all keep saying that, but I think y'all keep holding it to a low standard. Or maybe because I watch so much of AEW and I don't really consume. Um, I watch AEW consistently, and I've started watching Impact slightly less. So that's been most of my North American wrestling for right now. Just because I can't Impact with they do stupid stuff too much for me right now, and it frustrates me.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't really watched Impact since Scott Demore left. Honestly, not. I mean, I think I've watched it once or twice, but that's
It's good. It's just not putting the belt on Joe Hendry has kind of dragged, and having the Hardys back has definitely dragged.
oh shit, I missed it. Somebody won, but I missed it. I was looking down. What happened? Meteora. She held her 1, 2.
Sheesh.
Oh no, she
Nobody's
kicked
looking
out.
at.
It's not over.
Yeah,
It's not
nobody's
over.
looking
Okay, I thought it was over. It looked like
at.
Mercedes looked like she was like it was over, but
She looked like she was going to, but like with Impact, they fell off. Chris Statlander is one of those
oh,
women that can really
oh,
pull huge out of
went
everybody.
forward from Stat. 1, 2. Mercedes kicks out at 2.5. After a huge clothesline from Statlander. Yeah, I like Statlander. I mean, I think Statlander's solid. I mean,
That
I'm
was a
not sure that
disappearance.
I think that she's like. I'm not sure that at this point there's anything I've seen in her that I think like is greatness at all. But at the same time, she's very solid. There's nothing bad about her either. I mean,
Because she's more than a woman, Damien. She's more than a woman. Don't you listen to her theme song?
thanks for joining us. Being here and chiming in the chat. I don't. That's one thing I don't like about Restream. When you put a comment up and then take it down, it doesn't put the banner back up. You have to go back in and put the banner back up each time.
Oh, oh, oh,
Hmm.
oh, 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 oh.
Set her up. Oh, Falcon Arrow 1, 2. Ooh, Mercedes barely kicked out.
Oh, that leg is starting to bother her. Okay, come on, Mercedes, pick it apart, pick it apart.
Yep. Sammy said it, near fall after near fall. Agreed. Very good match. Very, very good match. Mercedes just spiking Statlander. 1, 2. Statlander kicks out again. Both women showing a lot of resilience. Now Mercedes almost in tears out of frustration. What does she have to do? She's screaming. She is extremely frustrated with Statlander's resilience, her inability to finish her off.
I mean, the only other person who's given her such issues has been really Willow.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this match has been, I think, almost as good as her match with Willow, which I think, in my opinion, has been her best match so far at AEW, her and Willow. But this match is getting right there. I mean, these two are killing it at the moment.
I mean, the match versus her and Stephanie McClure was so good it got Stephanie a job.
Yeah. And he was just sorry, but seeing her looking like the Statue of Liberty with that weird tan don't look right.
Yeah, whoever is spray tanning these wrestlers lately has been not their friend.
They need to find someone new for that job.
It's like
Stat face planting Mercedes. 1, 2. Oh my God, she barely got her arm up. Holy shit. It couldn't have gotten any closer. I thought that was 3.
that.
Ooh, Mercedes is
Like
out of it. That looked like 3, right?
That definitely looked like 3. I thought she hit I thought she had hit the mat, to be quite honest with you.
1, 2. Oh man, that head was awful close. She might have hit the mat. Holy smokes. That was awful close. But match is continuing. Mercedes in the middle of the ring, and Camille Statlander going outside climbing the ropes. Surprisingly, we haven't seen any interference from Camille at all. Nothing. I mean,
Mercedes told her to stay in the back. Did you not watch the 0 Hour at all?
I didn't watch the 0 Hour, but even then, I mean, I still, sometimes, henchmen don't listen, or hench people don't listen, right? I mean, they don't do what they want to do. Mercedes is working on Statlander's legs, trying to soften her up. Elbow after elbow to the leg, to the knee. Left knee of Statlander, or right knee? Left knee. I don't know. I don't know my right from my left. Mercedes out. Making her way to the top rope. Stats in the middle of the ring.
Come on.
Splash, but Mercedes landed on her legs. 1, 2. That was weird. Stat didn't get her legs up like the counter, but Mercedes splashed specifically on her legs.
She's trying to take her legs out because remember that's one of her bigger injuries.
Right. It's just a weird way to do a splash.
Her leg is already hurt. So
right. That's why she's focusing on the leg, right? I don't know that I've ever seen a splash done like that directly to the legs like that.
I mean, it's smart. Stop.
Now Mercedes is stalking Stat. Stat trying to make her way to her feet. Backstab her. Over it again. Nope. There it is. I forget what the name of that move is, but 1, 2. Oh my God, Stat kicked out. What does she call that move where it's like the gory?
I can't remember the name of the is it the Money Maker? No, it's something.
Yeah, I forget what it's called, but
that
Jamie says, I'm surprised Willow hasn't been involved in this feud at all. Yeah,
Willow hasn't been in AEW in a while.
I was gonna say Willow hasn't been anywhere for a minute, at least a few weeks. She might be taking a little bit of a break or something. I don't know.
She was in CMLL, and then that's the last thing I heard of her, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen her on TV in a couple weeks now, at least. Maybe close to a month. So I wonder if she's taking a little time or something's wrong. Maybe she got injured or something. Or
no, she was down in Mexico.
Mercedes standing over Stat, got Stat by the hair.
Don't be talking
Mercedes,
smack, girl.
right?
Finish the
Mercedes
match.
talking shit to Stat, slapping her in the face.
Finish the match.
Got her up again in that, trying to go for that same move again. Kind of glory bomb-esque move. One. Statlander counters into a backslide. Mercedes. Oh, that looked clunky for a second.
Oh, 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 oh,
She's
oh.
tried to roll through, but Stat has her up on her shoulders.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Face first
Oh,
down like a pancake almost. No, Stat got
oh.
Mercedes' arms between her legs up into a tombstone position. Mercedes fighting out, punching that knee.
Fight it, girl, fight it. Take a leg out, take a leg out,
No,
take a leg
Stat has to drop her Mercedes wheelbarrow. Throws Stat into the second rope. Has Stat rolls her up. 1, 2, and I think that was 3. That was
Yep, it
officially
was,
it.
it was, it was.
Mercedes gets the win there.
Ooh,
So let me ask you a
ooh,
question. Did that just the last like 10 seconds or 20 seconds, did it look like there were a couple little maybe slight botches, or was it just the way it was supposed to look because both women are competing so hard?
I mean, it's such a little. She's so much smaller than Chris Statlander. She's like this tall. And Statlander like this tall. So like, it makes sense to me. I know people are gonna say it was botches. I don't. It didn't really look like botches to me. It really just looked like very small competitor versus very tall competitor. That was a
Which
good
is fair
ass.
to say. That was a good ass match. So far, that was the best match of the night.
Wait, am I gonna have to watch a Chris Jericho match tonight?
So let's see. I'm looking at the. Let me see here.
Because if I do, why are you
No.
mad, Damien?
Nope, I don't see him. Nope, I don't think he's. No, I don't see him listed here on the thing.
Why
So
you mad? Why you mad, Mr. Hernandez? Why you mad?
Damien's not happy.
Why
Damien
you
says this is bullshit.
mad?
He obviously Damien wanted Statlander to win.
What's the matter, Damien? You didn't know the Monet was gonna win? She is the Monet.
Money, money.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the CEO. And she did it without Camille. So
She
in
doesn't
a
need
very
him.
solid match.
Camille just saves her time and energy.
So Sammy says it didn't play out badly. If those were botches, they weren't terrible. Yeah, I'm not sure that they necessarily were. I mean, I'm not saying that they were. It just I was curious if that's what other people thought. It looked a hair clunky, but it could have just been like CM says, just the size differential. And again, like it is supposed to be a fight. It shouldn't look choreographed. I mean, it shouldn't look overly choreographed. So I don't want it to be like, holy smokes, like everything looks perfect. It's supposed to look clunky. It's a fight. At the same time, like when you're trying to do moves, it should look good too. So I mean, it is one of those fine lines. But David says Mercedes been overrated with the damn title.
Why do you say
I mean,
that?
talking. Sammy says talking that money. Yeah. I mean, I've been a little. I mean, I've been a little underwhelmed with her run so far in AEW, but I don't think she's overrated.
I think when it comes to okay, when it came to Jade and the TNT title, there were times that reign meant a lot, but then there were times that the reign did not mean a lot. With Mercedes, again, I go back to the Britt Baker of it all. Take her out. Most of her feuds have been really great. They've been interesting. They've been dynamic, and the women have come out of those matches with, like Hikaru Shida. Mercedes kicked out of the katana. Does that mean the katana's not like as effective? What does that mean? Willow, she's out of that match and going on to do bigger and better things. So like, it's helped the division develop a little bit more. Besides the Britt Baker of it all, because Britt is Britt. Um, with Jade, honestly, if Jade had had more training and they weren't putting her away from the main title picture, it would have been a lot better for her. But that's just my opinion. I appreciate yours, Daniel.
Sammy says it's time for the real main event. Hangman
Excuse me.
Page versus Jay White. Coming up next, it looks like.
Hey, ALW and chat.
Yes.
Are leaves plants?
Our what?
Are leaves plants?
Our leaves plants. I mean, they're part of the plant. I mean, I don't. It what when they're attached to it, I think they are. When they're fall off or yanked off, I don't know. Are they still? I don't know. Not
So
sure.
for those of us who are on blue sky, Hangman said on his blue sky, he is not talking about anything except for his garden and gardening. And so far, he's been talking about his garden and gardening. And he was like, "You people don't understand." Da, da, da. And he's like, I said I was only going to talk about plants, and leaves is plants. So among the wrestling community, since the Tuesday, Wednesday, leaves is plants has just been popping up for a minute. So if you ever see is leaves plants, just know it came
They're
from Blue.
talking about. That's hilarious.
But his garden, like his plants and stuff, were really nice.
This should be a great match. Their promo on, especially Hangman's part of it, but their promo on Wednesday night was great. Psycho Hangman with the big eyes and the hair all in his face, like
Hangman really loves fire. I'm just pointing that out.
root,
I wish they
bud,
still did the
stem,
lower
leaf, flower.
thirds. I really wish they still did the lower thirds, like when Heyman had his, and it would be like really funny things. I miss them.
Uh, he says, speaking of Jade, whoever told her to pose like the running man, like the running man on the hood of a car, they should get slapped.
Oh, if you talking about last night, I've seen the pictures and you are so accurate on that because it just looks like she was very artfully like, oh,
I haven't seen it, but this
I
match is
stopped.
officially
Okay,
underway.
shout out to Cage Side Seats because they were like talking about it on their website and they were like around this time, however many years ago, Stone Cold Steve Austin got hit by a car and got taken out of the main event for the title, and Brock went on to win it. And a year later, got exposed that it was Rikishi doing it for The Rock, and it could still be Rikishi, but this time he's doing it for Nia Jax. Laughed about that, and they were like, or it could be Nia Jax's other family member, Naomi, um, or it could be Bianca Belair. It could just be like a whole lot of people. And I was just like, I chuckled quite a bit about doing it for Nia Jax. Rikishi doing it for
Uh,
Nia Jax.
that's funny.
I mean, so Sammy, there are still people who do not know why Full Gear was named Full Gear. And a lot of it is because they hate the Young Bucks, so they didn't watch BTE and they didn't watch like the lead up to um them telling Hangman that you shouldn't be out in full gear. Well, Cody telling him you shouldn't be out in full gear because you look a mess. Um, well,
uh,
I miss old BTE.
right? And I was way late to the game. I mean, I didn't catch it until way late. I only had like 4 months before it went away. Honestly, before it became being the Dark Order, and is that what it still is now? I haven't even watched it really.
I haven't watched it in so long I don't even know. But yeah,
Yeah.
you missed the funeral of Vanguard One. You missed
Oh yeah.
Cody versus um you you missed when Cody actually turned heel with Kenny Omega and how he manipulated the Young Bucks in that. And
I
Thomas
did.
and like
Oh,
FTR.
Sean.
Oh man, you missed FTR. That means you missed the MJF Brandy feud. Oh god, yeah, you
I
gotta
mean,
go
I've
back.
gone back and watched some stuff, some of the older episodes, but not all of them, and definitely not, in a row enough to like. Oh yeah, that was whatever. I
If
mean,
you
just a few here and there,
go
but
back and watch them all. Yeah, there's some that are kind of like, but yeah,
ah, we could do a watch along for that after Lucha Underground.
and I think we could actually sell that since that's on YouTube. Um, gotta look into that. But
That would be
yeah,
fun. That would be fun to watch, to do a watch along for BET or BTE.
BTE was definitely lit back in the day because when they got the shirts and Hot Topic and just how excited they were about that. The possession of Cody Rhodes. Yeah, him going back to
Hangman's
WWE was definitely not something anybody thought was going to happen.
Hangman's stomping on Jay White's ankle. Who do you think wins here? Who you got?
I don't know.
It's tough. I think this, for me, honestly, this was one of the harder ones to pick when I was looking at the matches, because this really could go either way. I mean, both men could use the win. I mean, I think Jay White needs it a little bit more, but just because Adam Page has so much more history already with AEW, and Jay White's, even though he's been here for a minute, he's kind of a newcomer to a certain extent and is still kind of making his lane. So I think the win is bigger for him, but at the same time, Page needs a good win here over Jay White would help him a lot too. So I don't know, I'm torn.
I don't. Who will interfere for Hangman? Because Hangman has he ever beat Jay White clean?
That I don't know. I don't think
I don't think
so,
so.
but I don't totally
Sammy,
know.
but
Don't
actually,
always
not
remember.
just the resurrection of Adam Cole, but the unaliving of Adam Cole. That hurt. When the Elite and WWE were in the same city at the same time, and you have cameos of Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, which
That's funny. That's funny.
the fact the fact that they helped put the Young Bucks in contact with Tony Khan to form AEW has been that folks not knowing that story and it coming out has been interesting because people have turned so quickly on them. Ooh,
Sammy says he's waiting on the Good Brothers to get fired again so he can get Talking Chop Mania 4.
I mean, they're not going to do that. It's cheaper to keep them because every time they fire them, they come right back. See, you say
Damien
nothing
says
making
Jay has to
sense.
win, but knowing it's AEW and nothing, nothing ever makes sense. It's likely Page. I don't know if nothing ever makes sense. I mean, sometimes Tony Khan is definitely guilty of doing some stuff that doesn't make sense, but I don't know that it doesn't always not make sense. I mean, some story stuff he does is very good. Some of it has been bad, but some of it's good. Just like it is with everything. Some things are hit or miss. And honestly, like Tony Khan gets a lot of the heat, and rightfully so for the bad booking. At the same time, like this isn't necessarily until AEW. This isn't what he did. It wasn't like he has a history of being in the wrestling business and being a booker and being behind stage or doing any of that. I mean, this was all brand new to him to a certain extent. Now, to be fair, a good businessman knows his limitations and brings in people to help him when he realizes what those limitations are, because he knows he can't do everything or that there's better people out there doing it. So that might be a blind spot for him. But at the same time, I mean, he does get a little bit of grace. He's only been doing this 5 years, right? So, I mean,
I will argue that he has some very intelligent wrestlers around. He should listen to them that have
I
booking.
agree with that. I agree with that. I do think there's a bit of a blind spot there. I mean, I can't, to a certain extent, I understand because I know kind of myself. And to be fair, I mean, as a lifelong wrestling fan, if I ever had the money or the ability to start my own wrestling company, I'd the same happen too. I'd want to be involved too. I'd like to think I'm smart enough to surround myself with guys and people that know what they're doing enough that it would, make up for my shortcomings, because I'm sure they're vast. But I would want to be involved. Just like, I mean, even though I hate the fact that he's made himself GM and that he's got his nose so far in the Cowboys business, I don't blame Jerry Jones. If I was an owner, I'd be the fucking same way probably. I'd probably be a terrible owner because I feel like I know what the fuck I'm doing and what I'm talking about, and it's my team, so shut the fuck up. I'll do what I want to do, and that's a terrible way to be. But I get it. I mean, especially as a football fan, like this is a lifelong dream. I mean, I want to, So I mean, it's hard to not do those things for yourself, right? I mean, when it's your stuff. So I get it. At the same time, like I said, smart people are aware of their, where they lack things and their shortcomings, and they bring people in. They should be bringing people in to make up for those deficiencies. So
Jerry Jones is stupid. One,
yes, he is.
a
He
hell of a
definitely
lot of
is.
wrong decisions. And two, Sammy, I agree. Um, the story of Hangman really does take you through the history of AEW, including this very pay per view, and
Yep.
not just that, but like his position within the elite, like how he was kind of like Jake White said, he was kind of their new boy. Because if you go back to Japan, he was good, but he was never big. And then he could have been the first champion, but he lost to Chris Jericho right at the end. The crisis of confidence, all the stuff that led to what has happened now.
I mean, it's an interesting question to begin with, but when they were making a big deal a couple years ago about the pillars and all those things, I mean, I almost felt like there should have been kind of a fifth pillar. I mean, I feel like Adam Cole or Adam Page is kind of a pillar of AEW. I mean, I know that they've only had four, and I don't know which one he's going to should replace out of the four that they talked about when they were really talking about that. But he's been here since the beginning. He really is, in many respects, like you said, the story of AEW. So, I mean, he is one of the most crucial members of the roster for the company in many regards. I mean,
I don't know, Damien. Did your owner purposely build the stadium so the sun would be in your eyes? I'm just asking.
no, it's definitely tough being a Bears fan as well. Neither of us has won shit in a long time. So it's been a very long time. You guys are still resting on the 85 Bears, and we're still resting on the 92, 93, 95 Cowboys. So it's, yeah. But I do like Caleb Williams. So in that regard, I think you have a strong uh, future quarterback, franchise quarterback. So then he says, I lucked out with teams.
Ooh. I don't know if you just saw, but Fight for the Fallen on the 1st will be simulcast on Max and CBS.
Oh, interesting.
So, yay, pretty soon I will be able to fully cancel my cable. Yes, for me.
There you go. We're going for a dead eye on the ring apron. Jay counters. Looked like he was going to go for a snap runner, but Adam Page counters. They're fighting on the ring apron. And there it is. The snap Rana. Oh, on the ring apron.
I'm not here, kid. I'm not. No, I couldn't move if I wanted to.
Adam Page is down. Jay White's still on the ring apron.
No, Lord.
Page looking a little worse for wear.
Oh,
Sammy
next
says he
time
would
I
have
watch
drafted Jaden
football,
Daniels
the next
instead of
time I watch
first over
football
Caleb
will
Williams,
be
but
the Super Bowl. So
yeah.
that's only because Kid Lamar's performing at halftime. Actually, no. Thanksgiving, is it the NBA or NFL that's playing on Thanksgiving?
NFL.
Okay, I'll be watching that for the Beyonce halftime.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Yep. There's like 4 football games on Thanksgiving.
Are
Cowboys
you watching
always play on Thanksgiving.
that? I mean, shouldn't they be telling that to Taylor Swift's boyfriend?
Uh, yeah, I mean, it's you give young kids a lot of money that especially ones that maybe haven't had a lot of. I mean, it's hard to expect people to not. I mean, that's really tough. I mean, to expect people to not, especially when you're young, and a lot of these players grow out of that stuff, and the older they get, hopefully with that comes some a little bit of wisdom and experience, and so hopefully he'll grow out of that little bit of attitude, but. I mean, the real problem is they need a better offensive line, but so do the Cowboys. So do a lot of teams.
Hey man, it's vicious going after this ankle.
Yeah, Adam Page is going
Foot and
after
ankle.
Jay White's foot and ankle. Yeah, big time. He's got it set up on the guardrail, kicking it into the guardrail repeatedly. Now he's got the ankle lock on. The ref is telling him you can't win outside. You got to get him back in the ring. Page slowly trying to push, I guess, or Jay White crawling back into the ring in the ankle lock. I'm not sure why he's heading back towards the ring. I mean, I know the ref is counting, but
I mean, there's more safety in the ring.
I guess he's
Think
trying
about
to
it.
alleviate. I guess even if you're at the outside, if you can get to the ropes, the ref can break the hole.
Yep.
So I guess there's that.
Smart move, Jay White. Oh, I really thought that cameraman was about to hit him in the back.
Oh, it looks like Hangman setting up for the buckshot. He's on the ring apron. Buckshot time. Jay White counters, but Adam Page counters again. Now we're back into the ankle lock in the middle of the ring. Page has that ankle and leg. Jay White trying to get. He's got his hand on the rope now. Ref's going to break it up. Adam Cole just yanks him back. Adam Page just yanks him back in the middle of the ring. Nice kicking him in the back.
I like
Jay
his
White
last
rolling
name.
through, sending Adam Page outside again in buckshot position on the ring apron there. Page back in the ring, limping a little. Jay White dragging screw in the second rope or between the ropes, I guess.
I'm getting old.
Who's getting old?
Me.
You?
Yeah. Getting tired.
You can't be in your 30s and talk about being old.
Oh, I can. It is still. I don't.
And,
I don't see them
and
having a 2 night pay-per-view for a few more years. Like we were talking about earlier, the pay-per-views are this long because of the amount of money that is invested, like that people are investing in it. I know Tony rightfully catches a lot of flack sometimes, but I do appreciate him making sure one, most wrestlers can have a pay per view payday. Two, your stories kind of pay off in a pay per view and can kind of restart the cycle. And then three, you respect your fans enough to give them wrestling.
I mean, they're long pay-per-views, but when you have such a stacked roster, and when 99%, or maybe that's a little bit high, 95% of your matches on your pay-per-view cards are solid and good and pay-per-view quality, I don't really have a problem with it. And I'm happy with what feels like paring down of WWE pay-per-views. Like the last 3 or 4 have been like 5 matches, which for them is a sweet spot because they don't have the roster and the talent to keep me intrigued for 10 matches. So give me 5 really good matches with your 10 best people at the time and call it good, or how many people if it's a multi-man match and call it good. So I mean, they're both in the sweet spot at the moment. I mean, I don't.
Like I told you before, they did calculations. A majority of WWE stuff is commercial and ads. AEW right now doesn't have that issue. So you actually are getting what you pay for.
Yeah.
And Damien, I'm not tired because of the length of the pay per view because I will watch or listen to the stream
It's almost
afterwards.
over.
I'm tired because I got a kid. Well, I got a new.
Jay White barely got his arm up. Yeah, with all due respect, I mean, I'm already getting tired at 6:30 just because it's been Saturday and I've been up early and I don't sleep well to begin with. And it's later on your end. It's already 9:30 on your end. So I
My
always
dude,
forget it's 3 hours
you
later.
you send freaking messages at 6:30 in the fucking morning on my time. It's 3:30 in the morning on your time. Cause you're nuts.
Yeah, no, I don't sleep well to begin with. So
Oh. And we're in the fun sleep regression stage. Oh, missed that buckshot. Oh,
you sure did. Mr. Buckshot was almost into a switchblade.
roll through.
Roll through
Back
into that
into
ankle lock
the.
again.
Oh, 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 oh.
Hangman's utilizing that ankle lock a lot. Holy! Oh, was that actually 3? Yeah, Jay White with the win. It looks like. All right, Jay White. It looks like with a big win. I think that hand didn't it look like he called for the bell.
It is, and he's telling him 5.
Yeah, he just like
Did you
sleep
see
hell.
that? Did you see how quick
Right?
that man is lethal?
Very solid win
For
for
Jay
Jay
White
White.
to only be like third. Okay, so folks who don't know, Jay White is only like 31, and Hangman's like 33. So these are early 30s. So you got a little while in these guys, but for Jay White to do that and just he had him
Yeah.
in the ankle lock. He was going for oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. Bang bang gang, bang bang gang.
Uh, yeah, Adam Cage going after Jay White on the ramp. I think you're a little ahead of me, but it's just the two of them still. But yep, here comes backstage people and a couple of the refs. Oh, it's Christopher Daniels.
Oh,
Adam Page is not Christopher Daniels out. Or punch him in the face. I don't know what we talked about, but punch him in the face and disappeared backstage.
dang, where you at? Y'all suck.
That was a very, very, very good match. So yeah, no, I
I
mean Jay
think that
White
might
is young, his bright future still ahead of him. I mean he's
bro, I'm 33. Okay, it's not like that I'm saying like, oh my god, he's so young. He just looks so old.
he does.
I
He
can't
does.
say he looks like he's in his 40s. The man
He
also
has old
looks
man
like
face.
I'm gonna be real with you. If you ever had to look up a serial unaliver who would also be a wrestler, you would pick Jay White or Juice Robinson. But that's for two different reasons. We got Oscar. Okay, now this one I truly don't know. I
This
really
match, don't blink because these guys are from 0 to 100. They're gonna kick it into third, fourth gear real quick.
I don't know who's gonna win this. I don't know if it's gonna be a misstep and that's what causes somebody in a match. I don't know if someone's gonna cheat. I don't know. I don't know. I'm interested in finding out. I don't want Mark Davis to turn on Osprey because I don't want him to go back to the Don Callis family because there's really like no place for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want Aussie Open with the Callis family. I mean, it feels like I guess kind of a natural fit. At the same time, that's not necessarily what I want. So, um, but I mean,
They
it's
all
so hard to see
have
Will
last
Ospreay
year.
taking losses. Not hard, but in my mind, it's hard to wrap my head around Will Ospreay getting beat. So it feels like something has to happen to help Kyle Fletcher get the win. So I'm taking anything away from Kyle Fletcher because I think since Mark Davis has been gone, he's done an amazing job as a singles wrestler and made a great lane for himself. I mean, I think but there's something about Will Ospreay that I just in my head he doesn't. How do you beat him? I don't without help.
Actually, Will Ospreay. Yep, that is.
Will Ospreay,
I
hey,
just
coming to the ring.
I feel like Kyle Fletcher could win on his own because he's so freaking talented. I just
Yeah.
don't want Mark Davis to go back to the Don Callis family because they already have Lance Archer, so they already kind of have the big guy who can wrestle. So what do you do? And yes, Sammy, that is the thing. I don't know. I don't know if Jay White drinks.
That I don't know, but I mean that's a true statement. Alcohol can make you look old, but I don't know if Jay White drinks or not.
But I'll be very honest with you. A lot of people in AEW don't drink. A lot of them are straight edge, which surprises folks.
I mean, in theory, I mean, you should try to learn from the people that came before you, and wrestling has been so intertwined over the years with partying and excessive partying outside of the ring and how many people have lost their lives to overdoses and other stuff. I mean, if you're smart, you see that and you try to learn from what you see in front of you and hopefully don't make those same kind of mistakes. I mean,
And it will be so easy to fall into that. Like the
yeah, oh
drinking,
yeah.
partying, the
Oh,
abusing your body, it's the traveling and stuff they have to do. It's just a lot.
I mean, especially when you're at the level that some of these guys are at. I mean, in some regards, it's very rock star esque, and I mean, it's hard to avoid a lot of the trappings of that successful lifestyle. I mean, somebody says I'd have thought it would have preserved the body like pickling. Not quite.
No, Sammy, that's not what happens. Don't you
Fletcher's hair grows quick. He just shaved it like 3 weeks ago. TV,
unless you want to be
sorry.
like Triple Rick, Sammy.
Back in full force already. Jeez Louise.
I mean, when you have that really fine hair, it's easy to grow back.
When you're young and you're not losing it already, it grows back a lot faster. My hair used to grow like that. And now it does, but from like here back. Not from here back.
You know, that
It's not fair.
that if I was petty, I'd be like AOW, grow your hair out. But I also know that if you do that, I will be the first one to crack jokes on you.
It's not quite that bad, but
Sammy, I say this with
uh,
all love in my heart. What baby face?
you asked for it. I mean, you opened yourself up for it, Sammy. You can't ask a question like that and expect not to get that kind of a
You
response.
can ask me questions like that and expect a nice answer.
That's hysterical. All right. Both men outside the ring. Kyle Fletcher sending Osprey into the guardrail. Osprey with a lot of kinetic tape on his back and shoulders.
I mean, Kyle has been low key whooping his butt for weeks.
Nope. Kyle dragging the steps away from the edge of the ring over to the kind of the middle of the floor. Setting Osprey up for something. Looked like a suplex. Osprey counters, spins around. Go for his own suplex, but Kyle counters. Oh, Kyle tried to sling him into the Osprey into the steel steps, but Osprey jumped over him and then came back, jumped over and hit him with a Hurricane Rana.
Wouldn't that be a disqualification if you were to like? Well, no, they don't really do disqualifications.
I mean, in theory, it should be because it's like an outside weapon or a foreign object, but I don't.
Sammy, you sent a message that has nothing in it.
Oh, did he? Oh, no, it's got a picture in it. It's got
Um,
just that face, whatever and I don't
it's
even know
popped,
what it actually
it just
is.
popped up now.
Oh, it's just laughing. Yeah, it's
Crying,
just a laughing face.
crying, crying with laughter fish. I mean, Sammy, while I was on maternity leave, you were the biggest asshole on the channel. I'm back now, Sammy.
That's funny.
And I do my asshole just so smoothly that y'all don't realize it until like 3 minutes later, and then it's like, see, by then I've said something else.
Fletcher on top, pummeling
He
Will
is
Ospreay at the moment.
fine. I want to go for Will Ospreay, but I don't know.
Yeah, I like both guys. I mean, I like Will Ospreay a little bit better, and I think he's a little bit. Yeah, there's levels, and I think he's on the level a little bit. But I really like both guys, and Kyle
I
Fletcher
like
is amazing.
Kyle
So
better. I like Kyle because he's still young and he's hungry. He's never really had that taste of glory.
yeah,
Osprey has. And so he's kind of like, okay, I don't have to work quite as hard because I've reached pinnacles. And I don't want to fight John Moxley, so I'm not going for that pinnacle. Kyle is just like, if I beat Osprey, then I heal for something more. And low key, if Takesha beats Moxley, I wouldn't be mad. See, Sammy, I want to say something about that statement, but I'm trying to be nice.
um,
Shit, fuck it. Just don't be a flat pancake ass.
maybe go back to being a medium ass. That's where I belong.
Just, you know,
Uh,
don't be a little
yeah,
pancake.
Kyle Fletcher's 25 and Will Ospreay's 31. So Ospreay's still young too. I mean, in the scheme of things, I mean, especially to have the career already that he's had. I mean,
Do you think Will Ospreay would have had a bigger career or a smaller career had WWE not messed up the British indie scene.
That's a really good question. I mean, I feel like in some regards, like he probably would have ventured out anyways, just because I think a lot of guys do that, and especially when you want to prove how good you are, and you love something and you want to grow at it, you want to seek out better competition. But there's always a chance that if you're in a country where you have a thriving scene and you don't necessarily have to go somewhere else, so you can stay at home with your family and your peoples and all those things and just be a British megastar. I mean, or whatever. That's appealing as well. So, I mean, to a certain extent, that probably some of the destruction of the British indie scene and wrestling scene in general, thanks to WWE, probably forced Will Ospreay to have to make those decisions, and that's part of why we have the Will Ospreay we have now. But maybe it would have happened on its own anyhow, organically. I don't know. Who knows?
It's very intriguing.
I mean, I hate to ever say that the destruction of something like that, or a company causing kind of the downfall of another country's industry or another company's industry, a business is a good thing, because it's not. I mean, I never think that's good, especially not when it's WWE that's doing the destroying. But at the same time, there can be things. Obviously, there can be good things out of bad things sometimes. And so forcing British wrestlers to have to decide what they're going to do next can contribute to their evolution to a certain extent as well. So
It's just very interesting. And for
I
those of
agree.
y'all who don't know, when WWE, when NXT UK came through, they basically locked up a lot of the top names in um, a Brit Rest or the British wrestling scene, and it just really messed a lot of wrestlers up, including ones like Will Ospreay, who weren't signed to WWE. In order to continue to grow, he had to go to Japan to wrestle. And that's where you
Right.
get Will Ospreay making his name right around the time that you have like the Kenny Omegas and the Elites, and Bullet Club is hitting the first peak, and just how that went.
Huh. Yeah, no, I mean, it is a very interesting question, because especially being still very young at the time that happened, when it really boils down to it, like he's only 31 now. That was what, 6, 7 years ago. So I mean, when you're 20, 21, 22, and all of a sudden, like, you basically have to leave your home to go if you still want to continue to wrestle in any kind of actual big stage, or any kind of whatever. And so yeah, no, I mean, and then you go to Japan, and that's got to be culture shock and culture change and all those things. So no, I mean,
He
it
became
shows
the
his
British Kenny
determination and his
Omega.
desire to be one of the best. I mean, it's uh what did Sammy say?
Sammy saying he ain't got a pancake ass.
No, he was saying that he had to wear something. I call Arizona and Wrangler jeans nutty buddies. We call them nut huggers,
I heard that you
Wranglers,
don't have
not necessarily
pancake ass,
Arizonas,
but
but
there's others that
yeah.
you may be drawn to that do. So Oh shit! Was that
Needless to say, these two are
what?
killing each other at the moment.
What was that?
I don't even know what that was. Whatchamacallit, Will Ospreay did some sort of
Was
move to Kyle
that
Fletcher off
was
the
like a
ring apron,
corkscrew
but
moonsault. That
yeah.
was a corkscrew moonsault, and I don't. Is that a move? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what to.
Riley or Fletcher in the middle of the ring, Osprey up to the top with a big flying forearm. The
Tony
pin, one,
Schiavone.
two. Fletcher kicks out.
Anytime Tony Schiavone has to be around Don Callis, he looks so upset.
Right? Agreed. 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 Agreed.
It's like I'd rather be at Starbucks making drinks than deal with you. And for those of you who don't know, Tony Schiavone was a Starbucks barista for a while.
That's funny.
That was also a gag that was reoccurring on me. Well, he was tired. The man is like what, 80 years old?
I don't know, is he really that old? Jeez Louise. I mean, if he is, he looks good. Not just the dye job, but he actually looks good for if he's 80. I didn't think he was that old. I feel like he's like 60, 65, but maybe that's too young. Let me see. Let me
Okay,
Google it and see.
because I don't have my thing plugged up. I have
Let
my
me see.
keyboard up.
Tony Yvonne, as Chris Jericho likes to say.
Scavani.
Yeah, he's 67.
Yeah, he old.
Yes, I mean he was born in 57, so yeah, I mean he's getting up there. I mean clearly he dyes his hair and beard, but
Not
still
necessarily.
looks pretty good. You don't think so? You don't think that's a
Not
clear dye
necessarily.
job?
It depends.
I
Some
don't
people
know too many
don't
people
like to.
that old that don't have some gray hair. I mean he could have good genetics and I guess whatever, but at least a little gray hair, like I don't know. For 1-2, Kyle Fletcher kicks out. Close near fall.
Mhm. You are huge.
I just had to remember to look at the screen and put the match back up because every time I post a comment, they take the match thing down and don't put it back up. Osprey trying to go in. Fletcher counters the big kick to the face. Now another kick from Fletcher. Fletcher trying for the snapper on him, but Will Osprey counters. Oh, Osprey with that little back
Ooh,
kick that he does. That little whatever that is a nasty little kick.
the Pele
Oh, he
kick.
tried to. Fletcher hit him with the Oz cutter or a cutter. 1, 2. Will Osprey kicks out at 2.5. Kyle Fletcher's facial expression right there is great. What do I have to do?
You would think like he would know because he wrestles with Osprey so much.
Right?
Damien, where you at? We haven't seen a comment from you in a minute. Come back to us, Damien.
Back to us.
Yes, ladies
Fletcher and
and
Osprey
gentlemen,
both
we are weird. We're a weird eclectic family over here.
trying to get to their feet. Both men up in the corner. Fletcher, the first one in, kicks Osprey in the face. Tried to set him up. Osprey counters into a stunner. Osprey going for the Oz cutter, and Kyle Fletcher counters. Osprey skins the cat.
Ooh,
Kyle Fletcher comes
ooh,
over,
ooh.
grabs his legs.
Now that looks like a little bit of a
Oh,
botch.
yeah, a little bit of a botch there. Will Osprey pulled Kyle Fletcher out of the ring and off the apron with his legs. Oh, a tombstone pile driver on the outside from Osprey. Fletcher is down.
Down goes Fletcher. Down goes Fletcher. Sammy, thanks for your comment because that reminds me I need to get some more work pants. This whole having to go into the office thing to work is very inconvenient sometimes. Gotta actually put on clothes. Sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I mean, I'm not even local, so I mean, my job would either have to fire me or require me to move, which I don't. I mean, I don't. They hired me as a remote worker, so I don't. I mean, they can do whatever they want to do ultimately, but I don't think that's an issue. I don't think it's going to become an issue. I don't know that they had a lot of remote workers before the pandemic. I'm sure they had some, but I don't know that they had a lot. Um, so I know that they like people that are local to where the headquarters are. They've asked a lot of those people to come back to the office. But
Oh, see, I don't do water cooler talk, but I also work in a smaller office, so we don't have really water cooler talk. We have breaks. Because I work in an accounting firm, so when your brain is fried because QuickBooks is making you go insane, and some of the requirements that have to happen, you're just like, what the flip? Um,
Yeah, I don't do math and numbers like that, so a job like that would drive me nuts to begin with, like a
it's
kid.
so much fun. It's not really math and numbers. It's very much so.
Miss with the hidden blade, counter after counter. Who's gonna get the
Think
advantage
about
here?
how you can manage money better.
Osprey. Yeah. Oh, Spanish fly from
Oh, 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 oh!
Osprey setting up for the hidden blade again. Went for it. Kyle
What do you
Fletcher
think
up a
about
big
Ricochet's
clothesline.
move? That's like a rip off of the Hidden Blade.
Yeah. There it is. Osprey with the big forearm to the face of Kyle Fletcher. Fletcher is down. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
As
This
my
time I won't
stream
mute
cut off.
myself.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, bear with me. My stream is off currently. Okay, there we go. Osprey is recovering. This is going to be the time that there's interference. Oh, or Cal could just push him off the top rope and make him sit in the middle on the top rope. Okay. Okay, so battle at the top rope. Cal was thrown to the bottom by Osprey. Oh, that was a nice play leg kick from Cal to Osprey. What's about to happen? This is going to be very painful for somebody. But where are we going? Where are we going? What are we about to do? Are we going to get a suplex? Oh, reverse the suplex into a. Oh, snap. Osprey reversed the potential suplex, brings Fletcher down into a Styles clash. He is going for the hidden blade, but he wanted Kyle to see him hit it. Kyle kicks out of the hidden blade. That was close as too. So this match may have stolen match of the night from the ladies. It is very good so far. I think we're rounding the end though, because they are looking absolutely tired. Damien, I don't think he's gonna cash in tonight.
I'm very
I,
irritated that I had to actually get up and use the bathroom during this match. This was not the match I wanted to have to use the bathroom during, but it is what it is. What did I miss?
you missed a hidden blade. You missed a style splash. You missed a
Jeez
reversal
Louise.
off the top rope into the style splash.
Jeez Louise. Unbelievable. Do
Um,
we think? Do I think Christian's going to catch it tonight? I mean, I'll say the same thing about this situation with Christian that I say about Money in the Bank, although Christian is doing a good job. I think that the longer that people hold those opportunities, I think just by default, the cooler they become, the less interested people become, unless you do a really good job of keeping it warm. And Christian does a really good job of that. So this hasn't quite cooled down like some of the extended like waits and when it comes to Money in the Bank and stuff. But I do think he needs to do it sooner than later still. I don't know if tonight's the night, but he does need to do it, and we need to have some sort of resolution to him having that opportunity.
We have Christian versus Hook that has to happen first.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my God. Kyle Fletcher as Will Ospreay up on the ring apron in a tombstone position. Holy tombstone Will Ospreay onto the steel steps.
Anybody else that would have been
Holy
DQ.
smokes.
Any other company, well, most other companies, it would have been DQ.
Yeah, yeah. Other companies that would have been a DQ for sure. No doubt. Holy smokes. I can't believe Will Ospreay is still moving.
I don't think anybody can.
Man. Was it Kevin Owens? Somebody did. I want to say it was Kevin Owens, and I'm sure you heard about it. Somebody recently whipped out a good old fashioned pile driver on WWE TV, and there was a big deal about it. Like, that's a banned move, and it shouldn't be done. And oh my God, I can't believe they did it. And I think it might have been Kevin Owens, but I'm not. I don't remember exactly who it was. But
I think it was Kevin Owens. I don't. For those of y'all who know, I don't watch WWE. I haven't watched WWE in a while. I I will catch clips and stuff from social media. Um, I didn't know that the Tombstone was banned.
I did not. Is it the Tombstone too? I thought it was just a regular old fashioned
Well,
pile driver.
I
I
didn't
didn't.
know the pile driver was banned. And to me, like the Tombstone is like the pile
Right.
driver. I didn't know it was banned. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
thank you, Damien. That's who I thought it
yeah,
was.
okay. Okay. Osprey barely getting out. Yeah, I
It's
mean
the
the
past.
traditional old pile driver that they had that they banned like in the '90s. Then they had Undertaker who did the Tombstone for a long time. They've been doing that for a while, but I guess they've determined that one's safer for whatever reason because that one's been allowed. But the other one, just the regular old sit down, traditional old school style pile driver, has been banned for a long time.
Is the past tense of pile driver pile drive or pile
Pile,
drove?
pile driven. KO was Orton was pile driven. I can't. KO pile drive. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah,
Um,
it's a very interesting thing. Like, do you know you never really notice
I'm
banned
too.
moves are banned
Ooh,
until you see them and it's a big deal made out of it.
right. Osprey clutching it. I missed what just happened there, but Fletcher must have hit him with something because Osprey was stunned and clutching his waist. Now Osprey with a bunch of big elbows and Kyle Fletcher no selling. Not Fletcher's actually bigger than Will Osprey. I didn't know that. But standing next to each other, he's definitely a little taller and a little bit bigger.
Yeah, Fletcher is like the biggest, well, the tallest one out of Ozzy Open, I think.
He doesn't look like he's a really tall guy, but
Mm-mm. But he's over like, he's like 6'3", 6'4", I think. Maybe.
big kick to the back of Osprey's head. Now he's holding Osprey like he's gonna kiss him. Sends him back into the corner, talking to Osprey. I'm not like you. I'm sure. From the other corner, oh, big
Whoa.
kick to the face. Sticks Osprey up on the top rope. Fletcher on the second rope. It looks like we're getting some sort of suplex here. It looks like a superplex, probably. Brain. Kyle Fletcher drops him, hits him with the brainbuster, dropping Will Osprey on the top turnbuckle. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Kyle Fletcher with the clean win on Will Osprey.
You
Holy
realize Jeff Cobb is really
smokes.
short, right?
What?
Sammy, he says he's taller than Cobb. Jeff Cobb is short.
Jeff Cobb is really short. I think Jeff Cobb is really short, if I'm not mistaken.
Jeff Cobb is
So
just so menacing. He seems taller.
maybe just someone get pile drive sounds like something that would happen at a Diddy party. Yeah, I think Jeff Cobb is short.
Let's
I think he
not.
looks shorter because he's also so robust, but I do think he's short. Wow. Kyle Fletcher with the clean win in a phenomenal match with Will Ospreay. I'm not going to lie. For me, this is a little bit of an upset. I mean, like we talked about, like you said, you didn't know this could have gone either way, and I think that that's true. At the same time, like I did think Will Ospreay was going to win this match. I still,
If
I'm still, I
Mark
still
Davis is
wonder how
turning.
you beat him cleanly, but clearly this is what you do. Now Mark Davis is down in the ring looking at Will Ospreay, and Kyle Fletcher is saying something to him. Go
Mark
ahead,
Davis
you
is
can have your
turning.
boy.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Mark Davis looks like he's picking Will Ospreay up.
Like I didn't realize how short Jeff Cobb was until I looked at the Monster Matanza because that's who Jeff Cobb was. That's how I met Jeff Cobb. Um, but yeah, man's is short. He just is so menacing. He seems much bigger.
The Great O'Con, yeah, the Great O'Con's not short. I mean, he's tall. And I wouldn't say like he's super tall. Like we're like, oh my god, he's super tall, but like he's not a short guy. Wow. Oh really? Well, Kyle Fletcher with the huge win over Will Ospreay. Holy smokes! And a very good match. Got a little. I actually have an actual commercial.
Well, for DraftKings,
A LeBron James commercial or a progressive commercial. Is that what it is? Is it
the
progressive?
baby and the most unfunny comedian that possibly ever lived,
Uh,
Kevin Hart. I always so happy when
DraftKings.
LeBron and his spawn go away, so then I can actually watch my Lakers again.
Oh, coming
Mina,
out is
Mina
Mina
Sharapova,
Shirakawa.
she is, she's like 40.
Really?
I believe so.
We're getting Mariah May's official celebration that's like 3 months overdue. 2.5 months ago. Like, I understand you were waiting for Mina to get here and all those things, but it's like really
No, she's about to be 37.
okay.
Next month, she'll be 37.
Oh, the great Fletcher was the tallest of the okay, of United Empire. Or yeah.
Aussie Open. Or are you talking about the whole thing? No,
I think
she's
he's talking about the whole thing
36
because he was
now.
talking about
She's 36
because he
now,
was
Sammy.
talking about the Great Ocon too, who was a part of
She's
United
turning
Empire as well.
37.
37.
That's a baby face. Sammy. That's a baby face.
Here comes Mariah May and the black dress. But honestly, like for this to become interesting for me, Mina has to do something here. I mean, I think that you got to have I just because I don't really. I mean, there's nothing wrong with these two just being friendly and having a celebration, and Mariah having a friend at the same time. I'm just not interested in it. It doesn't do anything for me. Like it's not the only way that this really does something for me is if there's some sort of conflict here. Like,
I think if we don't want to hot shot the match now, I think she should find out that Tony and Nina were teaming behind her back.
would work. I can see that working.
And it makes her paranoid. Like, can I trust her? Is she after my belt? Is she really my friend?
Mark Davis is 6'4". Ooh. So he's a tall cat. Did you find out how tall Kyle Fletcher was? You said Fletcher was the tallest, but I didn't actually see a height. I didn't realize Mark Davis was 6'4". That's tall.
You know, John Moxley is taller than Roman Reigns.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. They sure make Roman look tall.
That's why John Moxley slouched so much because they made him slouch.
Interesting. So now they're drinking champagne with their arms wrapped.
Or is Mariah gonna turn on Mina?
Oh, yeah. Well, even that would be fine, one way or the other. I mean, I just do something interesting. Her title reign so far has been very uninteresting and very kind of uninspired. It's not her fault. It's the booking. They haven't done. It's like they put the title on her and didn't really have any plan afterwards. I know that they wanted to do
The
this. Oh,
plan
there
was
it is.
Mina.
There it is. Mariah just tried to hit Mina in the back of the head with whatever she's holding. Is that the microphone? Yep. And now Mina kicked the microphone out of Mariah's hands. And now, oh, Mariah just spit in Mina Shirakawa's face. That says, "She's gone out of control quickly here." Mina spearing, what you call it, Mariah off the ring, off the ramp through a table on the side of the ramp. Well, there we go. That at least makes it a little interesting. I didn't know who was going to turn on who. I'm a little surprised it was Mariah first, but that's
Oh,
fine. I mean, it is what it is. I don't care. I mean, I'm just glad
oh,
that they made it a little more interesting.
Mina is up, and she is pissed.
Yeah, EMTs are taking care of Mariah right now. It looks like I'm seeing Mina look up. Mina's now on her feet. It looks like her mouth, blood coming from her mouth, and she is not happy.
Her dress ain't messed up. Her makeup ain't
Oh,
messed up.
she's
Her
going
shoes
back
ain't
after
messed up.
Mariah May.
Love it.
Oh, she's kissing her with her bloody mouth, rubbing blood all over her forehead. And
That was
yeah,
worth it.
most of it. I'm here for that. That worked. That worked. Tony Storm, or not Tony Storm, Mariah May gets a little bit of what Tony Storm felt, not quite as much because she didn't get the heel of a shoe dug into an open wound in her forehead. But next stage, Renee.
Yeah, Sammy. I agree. The shimmy was nice.
Let's see, how many matches do we have left? One, two, three, four. We got the AEW World Title match, Moxley versus Orange Cassidy, which my guess is probably the main event. I would imagine that's got to be the main event. We got Lashley versus Swerve, Jack Perry versus Daniel Garcia for the TNT title, and then Takeshita versus Ricochet for the Intercontinental Championship.
Speaking of Jack Perry versus Dane Garcia,
Mm-hmm.
it's happening next.
That looks like that is happening next. I was just trying to think which match I thought would be next. I was kind of at the top of my list thinking that it would be next. It was either that or Swerve and Bobby.
I
But
think Swerve and Barbie is gonna go right before Moxley.
interesting. Interesting. What did you think on Wednesday on Dynamite about the Swerve segment and what I thought was really, really bad no selling from MVP, Shelton Benjamin, and Bobby Lashley after Swerve used the chain?
What you mean?
Like, so he punched a 60-year, well, not 60, but almost 60-year-old MVP in the mouth with a chain wrapped around his hand. He punched Shelton Benjamin with the same chain. He hit um, Lashley with it off the top rope and then kicked him with it and hit him with the knee with it. And all of a sudden, not more than like 30, and then we rolled out of the ring, and like 30 seconds later, all three of them were just up like nothing happened. Like just completely no sold that they just got hit in the face with a chain. Like MVP's not even holding his mouth or nothing. I mean, they don't even look like anything happened. It's like, really? Like it for me, it just came across bad. I don't know. Especially when you think of the fact that Swerve has used that chain in the past to end matches and opponents, especially in hardcore matches and stuff. So it's like, okay, but I
I
don't
mean, they're the Hurt Syndicate. They come to hurt people. That means they have extraordinarily high pain tolerance.
know. I guess that makes sense.
Um, I will always appreciate the shimmy. The shimmy is a good shimmy. Um, and it gave so Damien, it gave your women another segment on pay per view that typically only has one women's segment, and it also gives some story to it. You want you want attention, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of people are going to watch the shimmy, if nothing else.
And honestly, like, I, the her title run has been kind of underwhelming, and they needed to do something to try to heat it up. So I don't have a problem with this. I mean, you need more you need more women on the pay per view. If you're not going to have her have a match, then you got to do something, and this works. I mean, it makes her reign a little more interesting. We now have a program, I assume, between these two, and so I'm looking forward to that. So I don't necessarily have a problem with it. My only problem with it is just that I mean I already it's my problem with AEW's pay-per-views in general. It's Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love getting great matches. I 4 hours is a long time, and this is going to go until 9 o'clock my time, 10 or midnight your time. I'm sure. I mean, we've got four more matches, and it's 7:15. There's no way it's going to end in 45 minutes. So it's just a little long. And then when you add in 0 hour, now you're talking about 5 hours, and it's just long. I mean, it just not that anything is egregiously bad in any way, shape, or form. All the matches have been very good. It's been a solid pay-per-view. It's a lot. It's long and it's a lot. And I do wonder at some point, like, I don't want to say you have to have a bad match. You don't have to have a bad match for a palate cleanser, but like I think there is something to be said about, you have 10 matches on a card, and every match is just like equally as good, if not better than the last one. And it can be a little overloaded sometimes too. Like, I wonder if it's a little, gotta kind of let people breathe in between too. Like, you get desensitized to things a little bit when you see stuff over and over and over again. So
Well, that's
I
why I
don't
was
know.
asking if there was a Chris Jericho match because that's usually when you can go potty and
Right,
all the
exactly.
things. Um,
My
I
family ain't got nothing to shimmy.
I
Their
mean,
genetics aren't blessed
I,
in that.
I don't have anything to really shimmy. So.
Oh.
I need Daniel Garcia to be back to be in the red dirt. Take out the R. Um, I hope they do that soon.
I mean, I tend to not argue with that. I do think they are too long, and at the same time, like, I don't know, like, you have to have. There was a period of time where I thought you could just literally have wrestling and just match after match. You didn't need the promos, you didn't need all the storytelling. Let's just have match after match. And even though it didn't work out exactly like that, I do feel like a lot of times when we had Dark and Dark Elevation, it was similar to that. It was very bang, 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 and there wasn't much storyline. There wasn't a whole lot. It was just mad, and I felt like it lacked something. It lacked cohesion, and so yeah, I mean it is long, and they give us a lot of damn matches, but I do think you still need to have those promos and short segments to make the storylines to bring in the storylines and make theirs compelling. I mean, we talk about how it's ultimately a combat sports soap opera, and so you have to have those storylines, and you only get those through promos and backstage segments and those
Are
kind of things.
y'all
So,
missing like the stuff before the matches, like the segments before the matches?
right. I mean, yeah, I don't think you need all the video packages all the time, and maybe not all the build up that you had before all the matches, but um, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the other stuff is necessary. And
I
if it's done well, I don't have a problem with it. If it's done bad, then yeah, I got
yeah,
a problem with it.
WWE has gotten folks very used to a specific format of pay per view.
That's true. That's very true. Hassan says he's got Daniel Garcia.
I'm
Who do you
voting
got
for
here?
see. I want him to win. I need him to win. I like Jack Perry, but his title run right now without the elite, I don't see how it works.
Yeah,
Having
I agree. It's been
Daniel Garcia have that belt and having like Claudio or Wheeler go after that belt makes a lot more sense to me.
yeah. I mean, I'm not a big Jack Perry fan. I'm not a heel Jack Perry fan. I liked him. I thought he was much better when he was part of Jurassic Express and he was a face. I liked him. I mean, he was still young and needed a lot of work, and I think you can see that he's gotten better. I still think that I don't like him as a heel. But that being said, like you're a lot higher on Daniel Garcia than I am. I'm not down on Daniel Garcia. I think Daniel Garcia is a very solid hand and a really solid worker. I just don't. He doesn't move the needle a whole lot for me, so I don't know that I necessarily want to see him with a title. I'm just afraid that that's going to be boring for me, which that's selfish on my part, obviously. But I'm the one watching it on my end, so I mean, to a certain extent, I kind of, only care about how exciting it is for me. I mean, I feel good for Daniel Garcia getting the opportunity, but at the same time, like I don't know. So I'm torn on this. I mean, Jack Perry
You
doesn't do a whole lot
realize
for me either. So
I'm gonna just throw this out here for you to realize. Jack
yeah,
Perry canonically has been wrestling longer than CM Punk
wow,
because he
wow.
started training when he was like 7, 8 years old.
Interesting. That's funny. That's funny.
That's why whenever people are like, he's not a vet, he's still a new boy. Technically, no, he's not. Um, Jack Perry being around like Okada and being around the Young Bucks definitely helped him. When people say Daniel Garcia is boring, I think it's because people don't necessarily see like interactions that he has with others because they leave it at the shows. They don't really do social media. But
Right.
he's also very much like me, where it's like you have a very flat affect, but you have a very warped sense of humor. I pick up on it. I liked when he was doing the gimmick of am I a wrestler or sports entertainer? I mean, stuff like that kind of funny to me. It's interesting.
I mean, I think that was the funnest. I mean, I think that was the most I liked Daniel Garcia was when he was having that kind of crisis of conscience between if he was a wrestler or if he was an entertainer. I mean, the dance itself wasn't. I mean, the dance, it's him doing the dance was good for him. I think it provides and shows personality and shows a little life in him that I think normally he doesn't seem to have. He kind of has a little bit of resting bitch face to a certain extent. He's very stoic, let's put it that way. Not very expressive, but and so I think the dance kind of helped humanize him a little bit. At the same time, the dance itself is terrible. So it's like it is what it is, and he doesn't have a whole lot of rhythm. Now, that's not saying I'm not saying that I do either. I'm just saying like so I'm not necessarily mad that he's not dancing a whole lot anymore, but at the same time, I do think it at least added some uh levity and made him a little more human, I think, because sometimes he comes across a little robotic. Uh Damien says Daniel Garcia gives him FBI vibes.
I'm gonna just put it like that. I'm gonna just put it like this. Y'all see Daniel Garcia on the wrestling shows. I watch Daniel Garcia when he's out with Isaiah Cassidy. Daniel
Yeah,
Garcia is a very fascinating person to watch as an actual person. I mean, he did say it, Sammy. He's the one who said it.
if you got a problem with a guy like Jungle Boy, then you're in the wrong. uh,
And all of that could have been avoided had he not done the stuff that people called him out on, or had he accepted accountability for the stuff that he got called out on.
Jack Perry up to the top rope, drop kick to the back of Daniel Garcia, the back and neck. One, two. Daniel kicks out at two. I mean, I know that this is for a title, but I do find it interesting that they put Osprey Fletcher on before this match.
Why?
I mean,
You had a good mix of title matches early on. You had your tag, you had your women's, and then you had what? Yeah, tag, women's, um, no,
back MJF and then the
yeah,
women.
yeah. I knew I was missing one. So you had like most of your you had as many non-title matches as you could before
Yeah, in
you
the
moved
beginning.
into
Yeah,
the title matches.
yeah. No, I agree. I agree. I just like I don't know if I'm placing matches on the card for me. And again, this is strictly me, my opinion, my likes and dislikes. Osprey Fletcher on paper to me looks like the best match of the card, so it would be towards the end for me. But at the same time, I mean, it is what it is, and that's why I'm not a booker because nobody cares about my opinion. So Daniel Garcia trying to fight back. Both on their feet. Daniel Garcia countering the strikes of Jack Perry and striking back. Garcia gets the advantage. Oh, Jack Perry turns it around, toe hold, drop toe hold into an STF. That Damien says the funny part about that brawl out with Punk and Tarzan Boy, the video proved Tarzan Boy started the fight and only got suspended while Punk was fired. Ooh, it looks like maybe
No,
Damien's a CM Punk guy.
so Damien, what that video showed was that CM Punk would like the rest likes to pick on the smaller guy. I reiterate this, and Punk said something in his interview about how people didn't know how to do business, and these people were like, "Oh, he's taking shots at Bobby Fish." If he had that big an issue with Bobby Fish, why not fight Bobby Fish? Is it because Bobby Fish is actually a trained fighter? You're going after somebody like Jungle Boy, who really did not start that fight
Oh,
because he didn't hit him first.
Jack Perry dropping Jimmy and Daniel Garcia back body drop, not a back body drop, a back suplex on the ring apron. and then over pushing somebody at the announce table.
And that whole issue would have never become public had Philip
Oh,
not got his panties in a bunch about sending people
right,
home and accepting
right.
accountability, sending people home.
Oh, Matt Menard. Okay. Jack Perry is burying uh, Daniel Garcia after putting him through a table on the other side of the ring guard rail. Buried him in some trash, some other stuff. Matt Menard over to try to help his buddy Daniel.
Hold on 1 second.
Yep. Matt Menard trying to rally Daniel. Daniel back to his feet. Coming over the guardrail. He's back to the ringside. Slowly making his way back into the ring. Daniel Garcia is back in the ring. Jack Perry very happy with himself so far. Smiling and taunting Daniel Garcia. Small little push kicks to the face. And now he's pushing his head, kind of slapping him around. Daniel Garcia saying nope. Starting to rally. Jungle Boy with a big right elbow. Forearm. Sorry. Second one. Couple big forearms. Daniel off the ropes with a big kick. Oh, and then a big clothesline taking out Jack Perry. Daniel Garcia's fired up. Raising his intensity level. Trying to kick it into another gear. Charging in the corner with the big clothesline. Now he's stomping a mud hole. Foot on the throat
Damien,
and neck.
Damien, you might need to go rewatch that.
I mean honestly, I'll be 100% full disclosure, 100% transparent. I honestly haven't watched the video, so I can't comment one way or the other.
I just went back and watched it because I wanted to make sure I wasn't telling any falsehoods or anything. He didn't even punch him. CM Punk pushed him, and when he pushed him, he went to go punch him, but before he could, Samoa Joe and Hook stepped in.
I mean, the reality is that to a certain extent, they're both in the wrong, and it's a business. You got to keep your heads, and at the same time, I truly believe that CM Punk is an issue. I think that he's a complainer and a bit of a cancer. That's my personal feeling about him, and so I don't. I think AEW is better off without him. That's my feeling.
I will say this: I'm a wrestling fan. I'm also a Real Housewives fan. I'm a reality TV. I'm a reality TV fan. I'm a Bad Girls. I grew up on Bad Girls Club, and in CM Punk, I saw a lot of the same issues I saw in a lot of the women that were on Bad Girls Club who wanted to prove they were the biggest and the baddest when they were very insecure. And as time has progressed, they have actually come to express those insecurities. I just personally feel like if he just took accountability for his stuff, he would have been better off. But then he would also have to admit that he's a liar and he lied on the elite who forgave him multiple times and actually did
Jack
business with
Perry
him.
outside again, going for his title. He's bringing his belt into the ring. I don't think this is allowed. It's not in their DQ, so
Who knows anymore? You got Will Ospreay taking bumps on the steel chair, the steel table, and going on. Jungle Boy put
I guess
somebody
that's
through a
true.
table, and
I guess that's true.
is he just going to give him the belt? Is he saying hit me?
Is he saying hit me with him? Is he making a martyr out of himself? Do it. Are they gonna? If he does it, are they gonna call it disqualification? Is that what the ref's telling him now?
Can you? He put him through
So
a
Daniel
table.
doesn't do it. Oh, low blow. Low blow from Jack Perry as the ref was throwing the title out, or setting the title outside the ring.
Okay,
And
real,
now
real
Jack Perry
question.
with the knee.
Real question.
One,
Why don't y'all wear
two.
cuffs?
He kicked out.
Why? Why don't?
Yeah.
Why are there no cups?
Why are there no what?
No cups. I would think if you're doing sports, you wear a cup.
I would think so too.
Y'all got
I'd be
dinkly
very
bit.
surprised. I'd honestly be very surprised if these guys aren't wearing cups. I mean, I think a lot of the low blow stuff is you know acting. I'd be very surprised if they're not wearing cups. If they're not, they're stupid. Let's put it that way.
I just feel
Because
like
with as much as close contact as you're having with these guys, like it would be very easy to get punched, elbow, kicked in the nuts on accident. So, let alone when they do it on purpose because of the storyline. So,
I
two,
found out
close
about
two
the
count for
man
Daniel Garcia.
thongs. One, two, like AJ Styles and the man thongs.
Yeah.
So I could kind of see it then. Oh God, Damien. Oh God. You weren't okay, Damien. As a dude, question that we ask all the new dudes who come to the channel: would you rather get kicked in the balls or take concrete steps across your throat?
A cinder block to the chest. Ah, the great
Which
debate, the
one,
great
Damien?
workhorse
Which one,
debate.
Damien? Which one? You taking the cinder block to the chest, or you getting kicked in the balls?
I'm taking the cinder block. Don't come close to the balls. Stay away from those. Those are too sensitive.
Because I'll be honest with you, Damien, it seems like most of these dudes here would take cinder block.
That just tells you how sensitive the male genitals are. That's why it's no joke. Like women are like, "Oh, I'll kick you in the ball." I've been kicked in the balls before. It's not fun. Oh my gosh.
And that just shows that y'all are the weaker ones. We have to push 6+ pounds out of that thing and then let it come back to normal.
No, pile driver from Daniel Garcia. Jack Perry is down. Daniel Garcia is in control at the moment. Can he capitalize and get the win? He's gonna turn him over.
Come on, Damien. Gotta tell us. Send it back to the chest or kick.
Oh, Jack Perry fighting his way to the ropes. Nope. Daniel Garcia dragging him back to the middle of the ring. Is he gonna tap out? Is Jack gonna tap out?
Yep. Yep.
Texas Clover
Yep.
leaves.
Yep.
Oh, Daniel wrenching back even farther. There's nowhere for Jack to go. He's got to tap out. And there's a tap. Holy smokes. And your new TNT champion, Daniel Garcia. And a very solid match. Very, very solid match for Daniel.
Okay. So now we have, instead of all heels being the champions, we have two face champions, three heel champions.
Let's see. Takeshita and Okada are both heels.
Four.
Um,
Four heel champions.
uh, The Young Bucks. Oh, they're not champions anymore. Private Party's champions now, so they're not included. Private Party, they're faces. So, and
Private Party and
Moxley
Daniel
is.
Garcia are the faces. Mercedes, Mariah, Moxley, and Takeshita are the heels.
Oh, and Okada. Don't forget about Okada.
Okada.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. Yeah. That sounds right.
Well,
All right. It looks like
the
we're getting
syringe
Takeshita versus
piercing was not
Ricochet next.
the syringe. There was no syringe piercing. It was a cinder block or was kicking balls.
Oh, did he try to change it? I didn't see what his answer said.
Yeah.
I'd
Now
rather get
let's
kicked
talk
in the
smack about the
balls than have to have a
syringe.
syringe piercing. Really? Wow. I don't know about that. I think I'd gladly take the needle in the face over the kick in the. There's not much I've experienced in my life pain wise that hurts more than getting kicked in the balls or getting smacked in the nuts or having them stomped on by your child or any number of things that potentially happen. Um,
Well, they do by more than a double.
and they do.
We're about to get to Takeshita versus Ricochet. Hey.
I'm not sure why they should. I guess there's more meat on the bone when you have the faces fighting, as the underdogs and fighting, for the underdog position. But I'm not sure that I feel like there's it has to be or it should be that way. Damien says he hates needles. Yeah, doesn't really have a real problem with needles. He
I
says
have a
cinder
problem
block
with
is
using that.
nothing.
Well, you have to draw
I
blood. You have
don't
to
know if I go quite that far, but it definitely wouldn't equate it to getting kicked in the balls. But then again, I've never had a cinder block dropped on my chest either, so I might have a different opinion of it if I had that happen. So, and or a syringe jabbed in my face in the way that Paige did it to Swerve. I mean, I've had plenty of syringes, due to dental work or any other number of things, but I guess to have it shoved in your face in that aggressive a manner might be a little bit different.
Y'all are weak.
Uh,
Men are so weak.
Ricochet and Takeshita coming to the ring. Ricochet's in the ring right now. Takeshita making his way to the ring.
This man wrote a master's thesis on DDTs.
Who did? Takeshita?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
His
interesting.
mom was a professional wrestler. Yeah, so
Oh,
people used to think that they were joking about it, but no, he really wrote his master's thesis on DDTs.
interesting. Very interesting. I like Takeshita.
I don't like how MJF fucked him over.
Yeah. What do you think so far, Ricochet and AEW?
He needs to work on his promos, but otherwise he's great. Ricochet is really good as a wrestler. It's his promos that suck. He did his best work as Prince Puma. Take from that as you will.
Get kicked
I
in the
think
balls
most
and
of
go
the
through a
guys here
flaming
would take
table.
the table.
I personally, I think I'd take the table, but again, I haven't been thrown through a flaming table, so I don't know. I mean, I have been kicked in the balls and had them stomped enough times to know how painful that is. So I'm a little biased just because from personal experience, I know how brutal it is, but I can't imagine getting slammed through a table is fun, let alone a flaming table. I mean, the idea of fire is a little nerve wracking for sure. I mean, I don't want to burn up, that's for sure. So, I mean, but hey, you get if the strike is hard enough in the male genital region, it can probably kill you too. So Fire could kill you, but a well-placed shot hard enough could probably kill you as well. So I don't know. You could still take the table. But let's be 100% clear. I'm not interested in either. I don't want to go through a flaming table, and I don't want to get kicked in the balls. So I'm not here for either of those. I would not want to take the bumps that these wrestlers take. Lots of good technical wrestling going on right now between Ricochet and Takeshita. Back and forth with moves and counters. I still am just I still can't get over Kyle Fletcher beating Will Ospreay clean like that. I mean, I think it's good both ways. I mean, I don't mean to talk about another match while this one's going on, but it's good both ways because I do feel like, especially for me personally, like Ospreay did have a little bit of air, and I've said this many times, like, how can he lose? He's so good. And so I do think that him taking some losses kind of brings it down to earth a little bit. Um, and so I don't think that that's bad. And Kyle Fletcher, I think Kyle Fletcher benefits more from a win over Will Ospreay than Will Ospreay benefits for a win over Kyle Fletcher. So in that regard, good for Kyle Fletcher.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but also, didn't Ricochet beat Cal Fletcher?
Did Ricochet? Did they wrestle? I'm trying to remember who won. Did Ricochet? Yeah, no. Didn't Kyle Fletcher beat Ricochet? I don't remember. Ricochet took a couple losses when he first came in, and one of them might have been to Kyle Fletcher. Let me see. I don't remember. Let me see if I can Google it and find out. Because now I don't remember. I know they had a good match, but I don't remember off the top of my head now who won. Versus Ricochet, AEW. Oh yeah, Ricochet defeats Kyle Fletcher, August 28th.
So now you have two feuds being furthered by basically one match, one loss. Interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Sammy says fire sucks, hurts, and the pain lingers for a long time and always hurts worse the next day. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've had birds before. Tsunami by Bronson Reed or kicked in the balls. I'll take the tsunami. Uh,
Again, weak.
there aren't a whole lot of things I can think of at the moment that I would rather endure than getting kicked, or that I would pick getting kicked in the balls over. That's the right way to say that. That I'd rather endure getting kicked in the junk more than whatever option there is. To me, getting kicked in the junk is one of the very worst things. So,
I know one.
or punched. What?
Giving birth.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not. Yes. Uh, in hindsight, I would rather get kicked in the balls than have to give birth. I will say that. Let me say that. Even at the best of times, giving birth is brutal. So
See,
that is a
ladies and
fair one.
gentlemen, I can make AOW pick getting kicked in the balls by simply saying giving birth.
Oh. Yeah, because as much as it hurts, like it does go away, not quickly, but much quicker than the 39 hours and induced labor that ended up in a C-section that my son's mother went through giving birth to my son. So Yeah.
Shout out to the women who give birth through C-section.
All right.
Y'all are the real MVPs. I'd much rather do vaginal birth every day, all day, every day.
Yeah, he was too. She's small. My son's mother's like I want to say like 5'4" or 5'5", and he was like almost 11 pounds, and literally her uterus just wasn't big enough to contract around him to push him out. They had to take him out. It was the only way he would come out. He tried and tried and tried and tried and pushed and pushed and pushed for a lot of hours before they made the decision. Ultimately, they decided that he couldn't stay in there any longer. He'd been in there too long at that kind of delivery stage. I guess they don't like to leave him in there too long once you're kind of in the delivery process. So I guess it can be dangerous. So after about 24 hours, they were like, we got to start talking about something else. So they gave her like 8 more hours, and then we're like, we got to do the C-section. So, which is crazy because like at the time, like I'm in the room with her, and they put up a curtain, obviously, so you can't see everything, but like she's on this end and I'm on this end with her, her upper body, and at one point she like started like shaking, almost like almost seizure, and it wasn't like she had a seizure, but she was like, and I don't know if that's part normal for C-section, but it was very unnerving as a partner to like, it was like, whoa, this is very
Were
scary.
they removing the baby then when she started shaking?
That I don't know because again, I couldn't really see. They had a big like sheet up between her waist, like right in her stomach, so we didn't have to see everything that was going on down there. Because as I understand it, they literally cut it open and just kind of lift everything out of the way and take the baby. So, yeah, they did everything they could to make sure we didn't have to see all that, especially not her. So,
Most of the
I didn't
time,
actually see all that, but
most of the time you don't start shaking until the baby is out, and then all of a sudden,
okay,
adrenaline crash, and that's what happens.
okay.
So
So
we're
maybe that's
talking
what it
about
was. Yeah, I don't really
the
remember the exact
miracle of
timing, but
birth during a Ricochet and Takeshita match, which is amazing. But it stems from, would you rather give birth or get kicked in the balls? So
right,
random
very
thing.
tangential,
Come, come for the
random
rest of me.
tangent, but.
Come for the rest of me. Stay for the chaos.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
I mean, hey,
Takeshita with his knee in the back of Ricochet.
I'll be honest. If my Wi-Fi had been strong enough, I would have been streaming after I gave birth. So,
Eh,
and that might be because we watched the show.
It's funny. That is dedication.
Well,
Oh, Ricochet with the rolling drop kick. That's kind of cool. A
I
little
was
rolling
watching
somersault and
Raw.
then into a
Look,
drop kick.
when I gave birth for the first time, I was watching Raw. Roman Reigns was coming out as my baby came into the world.
Ah, that's incredible. I mean, in my personal opinion, it would have been better for you if it had been somebody else, but still, the fact
Um,
that you're watching wrestling and giving birth is pretty amazing.
I was like, I need something to relax me, and that was what relaxed me.
There you go. I'd rather get speared in, I'm not sure, Pure, pure punched or pure punched, than go through birth. I don't know if it's just misspelled or if it's a word that I'm not familiar with. I don't know if that's a particular type of punch but yes, I agree. I'm not trying to give birth. So let's just say I'm happy I'm a man in that regard. Uh, my wife always says that if men could get pregnant, the world population would be far less than it is.
Hell yeah, abortions would still be legal.
There is that. No doubt about that. And that's not really a laughing matter. That is 100% true. And it's egregious and a travesty.
Especially when all y'all gotta do is go get the snip time and prevent a lot of pregnancies. Oh shit.
Agreed.
Fuck.
Agreed. Oh, super
Wait,
punched. Okay. So that makes sense. Super punch. Yeah.
does he have a Cuban links? You know, his Cubans are Cubans.
Ricochet over the top rope. Landed right on Takeshita. That was
It's
nice.
not. It's not the whole process of giving birth. It's the contractions and it's the ring of fire that hurts the most. And if you
Two.
tear, depending on the degree of the tear and where the tear is, that hurts the most. Because you can tear your butt.
Yeah, man. To mention just the whole act is I mean,
And you can't leave the
it's not very
hospital.
dignified. Not very dignified. You got your legs up on some stirrups. You got a doctor that, is, yeah, whatever you feel some way about. Hopefully you like him. Hopefully it's whatever, all up in your junk and people telling you to breathe and it hurts and it's not, none of it's pleasant. None of it's nice. None of it's fun. I mean, it's great when the baby comes out at the end and
No,
it is
no,
ultimately a
no,
miracle, but
no. You know the worst part? You poop.
yeah, well, there's that. I mean, that's what I mean. All the
Because
things that go along with it. Like, uh,
it's the same muscles. It's the same muscles.
1, 2, oh, Ricochet kicks out. Very close 3 count.
Oh, oh, oh.
Catcher's looking frustrated, trying to figure out what he has to do to keep Ricochet down. She's struggling to get back up to his feet.
Yummy, yummy.
Sorry for ruining your dinner, and I don't mean to laugh about it, but that is it's hysterical. I'm sorry. Oh man. I don't do great with that kind of stuff either. I have a fairly weak constitution about stuff like that too. So I'm not luckily I'm not trying to eat as well. So
Hey, I
big
was trying
elbow.
to eat. That's why I hurried up.
Both men exchanging shots, Kesha getting the better of it.
Oh, that's gonna
Kesha
pop.
is a
Oh,
pretty big dude. Talking about tall and big guys, Kesha is pretty tall,
and you don't realize it because he seems deceptively short, but he's over
right?
6 feet.
Yeah.
John,
Sheamus
don't
missed the
give up.
spinning heel kick, wheelbarrow rolls up, Ricochet 1, 2. Takeshita counters. Oh, big German suplex from Takeshita, setting him up. Oh, big knee from Ricochet, counter knee. Takeshita from clothesline. Big clothesline from Ricochet, both men down. Don Callis is not happy at the moment, trying to rally Takeshita.
Just Damien, just remember this. You and Sammy, just remember this anytime, remember this conversation anytime you think about, am I ready to knock someone
And knock someone up. Oh,
up?
man.
You're probably gonna have to see that. Whether it's out vaginally or you get a C-section, you're gonna have to see it. And if your tummy can't handle it, just remember, after birth, your relative period calm. And then comes potty training.
Uh, uh,
And that's when the real poop comes in.
yep.
And
Yep.
they
Yep.
start
Yep. Yeah, then they start talking and start having opinions of their own. And at 3.5, they think they know everything.
and then
Dude,
then they never stop knowing everything.
dude, I'm almost 50. And I find myself last Tuesday, I'm watching my grandson, and I'm literally arguing with the 3.5-year-old when I know I'm right, because I know I'm right and he's wrong. And I'm literally arguing with a 3.5-year-old about something on the television. And I just have to take a quick second and think to myself, well, what am I doing here? Like, he has no idea what he's actually talking about, but man, is he confident? Does he know it? Like,
I mean, think
really?
about it. Think about when we were younger and we just knew everything.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now at 48, I know exactly how much I don't know, which is way more than I know. I don't know shit in the scheme of things.
I've reached a point where I just tell my parents, like, y'all were right.
Right?
Do I want
I
Ricochet
mean,
being spelled?
the
Yeah.
saying that as you get older, the smarter your parents get is 100% true. It is 100% true.
I do not want
The older
Ricochet.
you get, when you have children, all of a sudden you realize everything your parents said and did was absolutely correct, and you were in the wrong most of the time. Yeah, no, I mean, I think Takeshi has got to get the win here. He hasn't had the title that long, and even though I like Ricochet, I mean, I know that. I mean, I'd have to Google it to see. I don't know what the actual year age difference is between these guys, but just on in my wrestling world, Ricochet's been around for so much longer than Takeshita that it feels like giving Takeshita the win is putting over kind of the younger guy, and I'm here for that. So, um, but at the same time, I wouldn't be mad if Ricochet gets the win. I mean,
I don't want him to win because what what then? What then?
yeah,
What's the story then? I
yeah.
want
What does he do
I
with the
want
title?
him,
Yeah, I agree.
he needs to join a faction.
Probably so. David says, speaking of Ricochet, what's your all's thoughts on Samantha said about WWE not wanting her to do anything but being ring announcer and the fans bashing Ricochet for her leaving?
Do you want to take that first or you want me to?
But you
Huh?
probably got it more in you. Go ahead. You probably got more of an opinion about it than I do.
Um I'm all for her leaving. I'm happy that she realized this company sees no value in me except for the value they've assigned me. This does not align with what I want to do. So I'm out. I love that for her. I love her being confident enough in herself and her skills to do that. What
I
I
agree.
don't love is the fan reaction. And I put quotation marks around fans because they're not fans. They are very much stands of WWE in that they believe that WWE can do no wrong and that if you leave WWE, you're the worst type of person. I do not appreciate the fact that they are saying that her husband is physically, emotionally abusing her, manipulating her. It wasn't her choice. He was jealous of her. All these things. When this woman has said, I love wrestling, wants to do more in the wrestling sphere, they were not going to let me. And from that,
I
it's a constant every day they find something to say about her or him. And that's toxic and it's not okay. And demanding that neither one of them say anything is really disgusting from other people who are like, don't let them get to you. It's disgusting to say they can't say anything because, oh, you're just giving them the attention they want. No, you it, it's really frustrating. Congrats. Go ahead.
I don't know enough about the whole story to know exactly everything that occurred or went on. Obviously, I know that she wanted to do more WWE, didn't want her to or didn't see that for her. And more power to anybody that feels like they're being held back, doing whatever they need to do to better themselves. So I'm here for that 100%. And, wrestling fans are toxic in general. Most of them, they're most of the time, and this is coming from someone that makes a lot of criticisms and a lot of complaints and is regularly called a hater. Most people are here, I feel like, to criticize and just critique, and not from a place of wanting it to necessarily be better, but just be critics, and they jump on every little thing that they see, that they think whatever, and most of them have a skewed perspective on stuff. And the fact that you're attacking any man who's defending his wife, I have an issue with. And y- people talking about things they know nothing about, is egregious and disgusting. I mean, we have no idea what goes on behind closed doors. Only they do. And to even speculate about what kind of potential husband he could be, especially in any kind of negative way when you don't know, like you said, it's only toxic, and that I'm not here for any of that. So, in that regard, more power to Samantha Irvin for leaving WWE. WWE, I've been a WWE fan my whole life, but I can definitely recognize that it is not a good place for a lot of people, and that it has many, many, many issues. Now, I think Vince McMahon for a long time was a root of a lot of those issues, and hopefully with him gone, it's a little bit less toxic. That being said, I stand firmly by what I say all the time, which is Triple H is from that Vince McMahon tree. And he learned under Vince McMahon, he learned how to do what he does by watching Vince. I'm not saying they're the same people or they have the same view on things. They obviously don't, but don't I don't think that you can separate the two to a certain extent. And I don't know, Triple H isn't the only one in charge of everything. I get that. He's not the one making every ultimate decision for WWE, but I still worry about some of the toxicity and some of the lingering effects that Vince bred in that locker room over the years. And like I said, more power to anybody that doesn't want to participate in that and chooses to get away from it. So what
Sammy,
Sammy
you're very
said,
right.
yeah,
You're
you
very
never see DM the person, and some people even send threats to they're being a hater and being unhinged. Yeah, I mean, the keyboard has made a lot of people feel very safe. There's a lot of things people will say behind their computer in the safety of their own home that they would never, ever, 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 ever say in a million years to these people's faces, and so that to me is a huge issue. like,
I mean,
so
was it Eddie Kingston and Samoa Joe who said that the keyboard has made a lot of people feel really comfortable with not getting punched in the face?
yeah, 100%, absolutely, it has. It absolutely has. Swerve coming to the ring with Nana.
I mean, I talk
Swerve
junk.
with that.
I will talk junk all day, every day about Britt Baker and say she's a horrible wrestler. She's this, she's that. However, if she were to leave AEW because if for WWE, because I don't watch WWE, I wouldn't have to watch her. Therefore, I have nothing else to say about her. Moving on.
Moving on.
Like to me, if somebody leaves a place that
Oh,
is not right for them, they just left a job. It's a job. It, it's very telling. Like these people say that, and then you see some of their complaints about their jobs.
yeah. I mean, I think it's really tough. Um, in it, you're essentially, if you're a professional wrestler and if you're a top tier main event professional wrestler in the United States and you want to stay in the United States, you really only have two options. It's either WWE or AEW at this point. TNA is around, but they're not the stage that either of them are. You're not going to make the money that you get from either of those two companies. You're not going to get the TV time, the notoriety, all that stuff. So you really only have two choices, and in many ways, I mean, that's a fucked situation because I'm sure I mean, Moxley made a comment about the AEW locker room being terrible at one point. It was several years ago, but he was like, I've been in a lot of locker rooms and I've been in the locker room at the other place, and AEW is I think he said it was worse than the WWE locker room, if I'm not mistaken. He said that a bunch of, in an interview several years ago. So it's one of those things where, like, unfortunately, when you really only have the two options, you're kind of limited if your goal is to be a main event world champion professional wrestler. So I feel for them because you do ultimately have to kind of choose. I think AEW is probably a little bit better, but I don't know. I mean, I've never been in either one, and I'm not a wrestler, so I don't know. It's unfortunate that they don't have more options. That you know, I mean, I'm glad that they at least have another option in AEW because for a long time, especially after the fall of WCW, there really wasn't another. I mean, you had other companies come along during that time, the ECWs and other ones, and so on and so forth, the Ring of Honors, but none of them were like at the level that even AEW has been able to achieve yet. So, to a certain extent, so let alone being any real competition for WWE, let alone even getting real TV time at all to try to be competition. So, um, yeah, I mean, I don't it I mean in many regards they there's kind of this monopoly to a certain extent that WWE held for a long time, and now AEW by default, just by being the second biggest company and the only other real place where these stars can go to like be on a main stage and really shine like they want to. It's unfortunate because you do ultimately have to make your decision to try to deal with one or the other if this is what you want to do. So not a whole lot of options where, if you're an accountant or if you're a lawyer or if you're a doctor, you can always go. There's a million and one hospitals. There's a million and one law firms. There's 101 H&R blocks or accounting firms where you can, if you're not happy with your boss or you don't get along with someone, you can leave and go. That's not always an option for some of these guys. I mean, you can leave and go, but you only got one other place to go. What happens if you don't get along with people over there too?
Or,
Like, most of these guys all
or,
know each other. I mean, and
hold
they
on.
already know whether they like each other or have worked together in the past, and so they know. I
You could
mean,
be a
it's
Matt
would I be
Cardona.
happier over there? Huh?
You could be a Matt Cardona, and you can be in the Indies. If you have a strategy and know how to brand yourself, you can open up a lot more doors. However, going back to Damien's original question, it's toxic, and there's no reason for anybody to ever receive threats on their life because they left a job that no longer suited them.
100%. 100%. I mean, all these guys are all these people are human beings, and they deserve respect and all those things. And I mean, they should be. I mean, it's wrestling, for Christ's sakes. Why? I mean, why are you threatening people for behind wrestling? I mean, really, like this is something that's fun and enjoyable that in theory is not real, and then you're taking it to a whole level that is real and not enjoyable and not fun and not any of that stuff and is deplorable and heinous, honestly. So and there's no room for it. I mean, it's Lashley yanking Swerve up off the mat before the 3 count. Lashley putting the beating on Swerve at the moment.
Jesus.
Lashley with the delayed suplex. He's holding Swerve forever.
I forget just how strong Bobby Lashley is.
Is this Sammy's posting? Is this the John Moxley quote? The culture is great. Everyone's having fun. Obviously, right now things are a little different as it's tough to face a challenge like this as a new company. I'm not an expert on business, but I know from the people I talk to, the situation is not ideal to say the least. We're doing what we can and doing everything as safely as possible. I'm not sure whose quote that is,
That is
but
from John Mox.
okay. I don't know that that's the one that I'm thinking of or that I saw, unless it goes on to further say something. Because he made a comment where he specifically referenced the other locker room I had been in for years, and now here in this one, he made a comment about this one being worse, and maybe it was just like in the moment. I don't know, but I feel like Mock. For me personally, and again, I'm not backstage. I have no idea, but it just seems to me like I can't imagine that AEW is as bad backstage as WWE. But just because I just this impression of WWE being so terrible that, which may be unfounded. I mean, I've never been backstage at either one of them, never been involved in either company, don't know anything other than what I just see with my own eyes. So
I'm just going to reference the Janelle Grant lawsuit and let it be known again. It was not just Vince, John, it is the whole company that is under investigation. It is a specific, certain female, top female boss and her husband. Um, just noting when we talk about the toxicity of wrestling and people for a certain married couple own actions prior to being married. So, yeah,
Some of it's too little, too late. Stephanie, deciding to not come back or resign a second time when her dad tried to weasel his way or did weasel his way back in before the sale and all those kind of things and replaced board. And to all of a sudden now what felt to me, and again, I'm not backstage, I don't know anything, I don't know, I'm not behind closed doors with the McMahon family or anything. It felt like all of a sudden an arbitrary line in the sand, like, okay, now it's too much. And it's like you've condoned and been part of his shit for years, and now all of a sudden it's like, I don't want to be a part of this. Like, it feels like a little too much too late. Like, now that it's all out, I've got to make sure I don't look like I'm part of it too. But as long as it was under wraps and people weren't really knowing about it, people weren't talking about it, whatever the case may be, then it is what it is. I don't care. Like, that's how it felt to me. But
as long as there wasn't proof, because people have been talking about it for decades.
right. Oh yeah, no doubt. And even in that Netflix Mr. McMahon's. I mean, they talked about all the scandals that WWE has gone through over the years, starting in the '80s all the way through. I mean, this is definitely not nothing new. I mean, some of the sexual misconduct stuff is coming out as new, but scandal surrounding WWE and even sexual stuff, is not nothing new. I mean, they have had their fair shares of scandals, their fair share of scandals.
Yeah. BRB.
All right. Bobby Lashley talking to MVP outside. Looks like MVP giving him a little advice or pep talk, maybe. Swerve with the big knee, knocking Bobby off the ring apron as Bobby was trying to get back in the ring. Swerve in the ring alone. Swerve has definitely taken the beating so far in this match. Bobby's been the aggressor and been the more dominant competitor in the match. Oh, MVP. Oh, Shelton Benjamin messing with the legs of Swerve as he was trying to uh, bounce off the ropes or run off the ropes, I guess. Now the ref is, I guess it looks like my volume's off, so it looks like the ref might have kicked Shelton Benjamin out from ringside, sent him back to the back because he was messing with MVP or with Swerve's feet, trying to grab his ankles or his feet as he was running. Bobby just chokes, well, basically choke slamming Swerve onto the ring apron, now throwing Swerve into the guardrail. Bobby back in charge again. Bobby's over getting the steel steps. He's moving him away from the ring apron, putting him in the middle of the floor, kind of similar to where they were with Osprey and Fletcher. Now he's going over, stalking, Swerve, picking Swerve up, got Swerve up on his shoulder. Hassan says he's got Swerve Strickland. Yeah, I mean, I think Swerve's going to win too. Sammy Joe says it was a situation where talent were not put in a position to succeed due to lack of preparation, framework, direction, and things like that. This individual said, well, it's the bottom of the card. Interesting. Swerve bashing Bobby Lashley's head into the steel steps repeatedly over and over and over and over and over again. I guess I didn't have to say repeatedly and then say over and over again. It's kind of redundant, but uh, Sammy Joe says, can you imagine saying that? Like, you're fucking fired. Yeah, you're fucking fired. Go work at Sunglass Hut. You should be fucking pistol whipped for saying that. Swerving Bobby on the ring apron. Who's going to get the advantage? Swerve. Oh, Swerve with the DDT, dropping Bobby on his head on the ring apron. Very, very good match. Oh, okay. That's a quote from Mox last month. So that's a little more context. That makes a little more sense. Uh, yeah, no, I mean, it appears that all wrestling locker rooms to a certain extent are toxic. I mean, I don't, maybe that's just the nature of having a bunch of, you know, um, uh, same type A personalities that are super uber driven and ambitious and all think they're the best. I mean, maybe that's just the nature of it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can't get away from it.
Finally. I thought I
Finally.
made it a minute ago.
Huh?
I thought I had unmuted myself a minute ago.
No. Swerve, stalking Bobby. So I'm assuming he's looking for the. There it is. It's not the drive-by. What does he call it? I forget what Swerve calls it, but the house call. House call. Sorry, that's what it's called.
I don't think
Now
Swerve's
Swerve up.
doing this.
You don't think Swerve's winning?
Mm-mm.
Second rope, Swerve on the top rope. That's in the house call. He's looking around. There's the stomp
Because he's taking
on
too long.
Bobby's. Swerve falls on top 1, 2. Bobby kicks out at 2.5. There's still some life left in Bobby Lashley. Lashley rolling outside of the ring. MVP over to try to give him some words of encouragement, I assume. No, Swerve out. Trying to turn MVP or trying to move MVP out of the way. MVP acts like he's going to hit him with his cane. Swerve and MVP are face to face.
Ooh, ooh,
MVP moving out of the way now.
ooh.
Swerve back on Bobby Lashley. Lashley taking advantage, counters with a big belly to belly suplex
Ooh.
on the outside. Oh, spear! Bobby Lashley just speared Swerve through the guardrail. You
Shit.
got to get him in the ring, Bob.
Don't call him Bob. Mr. Lashley to you.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
You know,
Bob, Bobby
you
dragging
know, it
Swerve
took
back
me
to the ring.
years. It took me years to realize he does not have any hair.
Bobby Lashley? Yeah.
He
No, and
has
I think he has. Yeah, he has whatever the hair illness is. That
it's alopecia. It took me years.
yeah, I didn't. The way his face is shaped and looks like you can't. It's not just clearly obvious. Like
Mm-mm.
you can tell he's clean shaven. Like that's clearly obvious. But like you don't notice he doesn't really have eyebrows at all or anything until you're really, really up close in his face and look real in depth.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Lashley choking Swerve Scott out. The match is over. Bobby Lashley gets the win with the
They
Hurt
put him to
Lock.
sleep.
Wow. A couple big, well, I'm going to call them upsets. Maybe other people don't see them that way, but Kyle Fletcher with the win over Will Ospreay, Bobby Lashley with the win over Swerve Scott. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Some very interesting decisions tonight.
But I mean, it makes sense. You want to establish the Hurt Syndicate as a big dominating force.
Absolutely, you do. You've also spent the last 2.5 years making Swerve like one of your biggest main event superstars. So it's, I mean, I don't know, it just
And the
he
fact Bobby
literally just
Lashley did
he
something
literally
that
just held your belt for 6 months or 8 months or however long he had the belt, however long that was. I mean,
Bobby Lashley did something that not even Brian Danielson could do, which was put Swerve to sleep.
yeah. Sammy is ecstatic. He, being a big Bobby Lashley fan, he is happy. And now they're doing it to Nana, Hurt Lock on Prince Nana,
Poor Nana.
right? Nana's going to go to sleep too. Nana doesn't deserve that.
All Nana tries to do is sell his coffee. That's it. And dance.
Well, all right. It is time for the main event as soon as the ring clears and we get to it. But we got one match left on this pay per view. Jon Moxley versus Orange Cassidy for the world title. I don't like Orange Cassidy particularly. And I'm a big Jon Moxley fan and he's in his bag and he's doing great stuff. I wouldn't be mad just storyline wise and kayfabe wise if Orange Cassidy got the win here. And that's saying a lot because I really don't necessarily want Orange Cassidy to be AEW World Champion. But I wouldn't be totally depressed by that. Like I can see it
Who are
working.
you? Who are you and what have you done with ALW?
I mean, Orange Cassidy has, for all intents and purposes, he's paid his dues. He's done yeoman's work for 3 to 4 years now in AEW. He's done everything they've asked him to do. He's an extremely solid wrestler. He's a good promo. He's over big time with the fans. People absolutely love him. And I think this Psycho Moxley, like a loss and losing the title to an Orange Cassidy in this situation where he feels like that could never happen and should never happen, further spurs like kind of this madness that he's going through. I think it could play into that. So, in that regard, I wouldn't be. That said, I mean, the idea of Orange Cassidy as AEW World Heavyweight or World Champion is a little, but just storyline wise, I think it could work. We'll see. I don't think
I
Orange Cassidy's going to win. I assume Moxley's going to win, but
I feel like that's why you said that he should win.
yep,
I don't see Orange Cassidy winning.
yeah. I think that's probably safe. I mean, I think the safe bet is probably Jon Moxley getting the win, especially since he just basically won the title back. That being said, though, this is also his fourth title run, and so it's not like it's his first one. So losing it after just getting it seems to be less of an issue than like if it was his first time with the belt. So I also think that to a certain extent, this new I want to remake AEW in my image and the whole kind of works a lot better and really kind of only works to the extent he wants it to work if he is the champion because he's got the title. He can kind of hold it hostage. I am the big dog. I'm the one. I'm the title holder. I'm the face of the company. I can say what I want and call the shots and do what I want to do. Without the title, it's a little bit a little tougher, a little more uphill to get that kind of character over and across, I think. So
Okay, so Wheeler Yuta did not get out of the truck with
I
them,
didn't see him. He did not.
and I don't see him in the entrance video.
I do not either. Conspicuous by his absence is Wheeler Yuta. A war for the culture of AEW. Sammy says, what will the future of AEW become with this fight? Orange Cassidy fighting for the soul of AEW.
I do not believe Orange Cassidy will win tonight. I believe that Orange Cassidy may win if Kenny Omega comes back and he doesn't win.
Ooh.
But I don't see Orange Cassidy winning tonight.
Sammy thinks Mox could become the GOAT depending on how this match goes. And Hassan is picking Orange Cassidy.
Hassan's been pretty good with some of these picks now.
Right?
See, it's just because the time has been really weird lately. Like something, it feels like it's sped up, but then it feels like it's slow.
It feels like it's both.
Yeah. Like I can't believe this time last year where I was. Like I was in Florida.
Oh, yeah?
No. For Thanksgiving. Yay.
Thanksgiving.
I just found out I was pregnant and wanted to die.
I wanted to die.
Oh. Also,
Let's see. Damien says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but damn, this pay-per-view went by fast. LOL. I mean, it has felt like, I mean, I'm tired. And so in that regard, it's been whatever, but it hasn't been slow. It's been a very solid pay-per-view. Sammy said today during Winter Circle that he was concerned looking at it on paper that this had the potential to be maybe AEW's least exciting or worst pay-per-view of the year. I think it's been very solid. I don't think there's been anything bad. I mean, it hasn't been great, but it definitely hasn't been terrible in any way, shape, or form. So, no, how his title ring goes. Yeah, we'll have to see how his title ring goes. And then Hassan says, thank you, CM. Damien says, I see this match turning into a triple threat at some point and Christian cashes in. That wouldn't be terrible. I wouldn't necessarily be mad with that.
I'll be real with
Mox is
you.
another face on the AEW Mount Rushmore. Yeah.
Damien, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. The reason I don't see Christian cashing in is Christian is very strategic.
Yeah.
Mox is nowhere weak enough for Christian to effectively cash in.
That's probably true. He's got too many people around him at any given time right now to probably cash in. Now, on the rare off chance that OC gets the win, I could see Christian cashing in very soon after OC, either in his first title defense or at some point somewhere down the line very quickly here. I could see that happening. But yeah, I think Moxley's surrounded himself with the Death Riders to a point where, like, it's not. I mean, Christian has a patriarchy, and so I guess they can kind of level the playing field a little bit, but it's a pretty uphill battle to try to get Moxley alone enough and compromised enough for Christian to actually cash in on him. So,
When he had Luchasaurus, maybe.
right.
But right now, all he has is Nick Cage. No, Nick Wayne, Mother Wayne, and Kip Sabian. Claudio can take them out by himself.
Oh, Orange Cassidy with an orange punch, 3 orange punches in a row. Moxley rolling out to the rings.
Because Orange Cassidy doesn't really lead.
Big tope suicida onto John Moxley.
Look at
Cassidy's already got it turned up 200 miles an hour.
See, when you make Orange Cassidy actually care, that's when he gets dangerous.
Orange Cassidy throwing Moxley into the guardrail. Orange Cassidy wearing Moxley out on the outside right now. Up on the announce table. What is OC going to do? On top of Moxley, dropping right hands.
Actually, Damien, I think the announce table will get broken before Moxley bleeds, and then Moxley will bleed.
Yeah, here, who bleeds first? Probably Moxley. Moxley seems to bleed pretty easily.
Orange Cassidy doesn't.
I'd be very surprised. I mean, I'm almost be surprised if he's not busted open already with all those right hands to the face of Moxley and bashing his head around. I mean, if not, he'll be bleeding
Omega's already
chips
on Mount Rushmore.
of AEW.
Yeah, he's already
Ooh,
on Mount Rushmore. I don't see MJF being on the Mount Rushmore of AEW for a few more
ooh,
years. He's got to do more. Like,
spicy
to
takes.
me, the Mount Rushmore is Kenny, Daniel, Moxley, Hangman, Swerve. And
Can't argue with any of that.
that's because like the feuds, the intensity, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I don't.
that's just me.
Yeah, I mean that's tough. I mean, I don't. I, Kenny Omega did some really solid work when he was in AEW and going well. No doubt about that. Everybody kind of already knew what he was and what you were getting and how good he was, and everyone already had extremely high expectations and were extremely excited for him when he came to AEW and the idea of him coming to AEW and coming stateside and all those things. We're going to get to see Kenny Omega all the time. Whereas MJF came basically out of nowhere and has become, like him or not, I mean, in many ways, the face of AEW. I mean, for good or bad, I mean, he's associated. He's if not your biggest star, one of your biggest stars. And so I don't. I mean, I don't know. Yes, MJF has not been around long enough yet to necessarily be on a Mount Rushmore. I In 5 years, it's tough to even say that there's enough people that have been around in AEW to even have a Mount Rushmore yet. I mean, I don't. But for me, Omega still feels like a New Japan guy that came to AEW, where MJF feels like an AEW guy. Like an AEW original, like started, born, bred AEW guys. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm torn on that.
We were
I'm
wrong.
torn.
We were wrong. Orange Cassidy bled first.
He did bleed first.
When
Sammy
I
Joe says, I'm
think
not
of
sure if Danielson or Swerve was there long enough. Yeah, I mean, it's only been 5 years for the company, 5.5 years. I don't know that anybody's technically been there really long enough and had a definitive enough. I mean, I don't, yeah, I mean,
but when you think about something, Brian Danielson came in when he came in.
right.
And even with his injuries, he changed the trajectory of AEW. He
He definitely
made
did.
Okada tap out with a broken arm.
Hmm. Yeah.
Him and Nigel McGuinness had that match.
Yeah.
When you think about Swerve, without Swerve, Hangman could have gone stale. This man got his house burned down
Uh,
because he said, "Oh yeah, I was also outside watching your wife and you go to the hospital to give birth to your second kid." Everybody all kind of assumed that's why Hangman was off. Nobody knew for certain. And this man just to casually say, "Yeah, I watched that." It's not just length of time, it's also what they've done to elevate the company. And they've elevated the company. To me,
no,
MJF hasn't. MJF has kind of marred the company in controversy, particularly with the spilling of the alcohol on the young fan.
Moxley biting Orange Cassidy in the spot where he's bleeding. So that's become kind of classic Moxley.
I mean,
To
he is
be
on the. You know what? He's on the AEW Mount Rushmore of fucked up relationships, along with Sammy and his wife, and it's Sammy, his wife, and MJF, maybe Britt and um I
Adam
don't
Cole.
know, depending on if we ever find out what happened there.
Oh, Moxley with the pile. Whoa, the delayed pile driver. He's all holding Orange Cassidy there for a long time. Oh, that's a nasty pile
The
driver.
ref might need to call this one because bruh is limp.
Right?
Like
1, 2. OC kicks out.
he's acting like the baby does when she's milk drunk.
I mean, I like Hangman, and Hangman is an original, and he is kind of his story is weaved into the fabric of AEW, and like we talked about earlier during his match with Jay White, it in many regards, and it is kind of the story of AEW. That being said, I feel like he's been booked in such a way that I don't feel like he's reached his like his ceiling or his potential. I think he's got a lot more to still offer. And I think there's a lot more booking wise they could do with him. I feel like a lot of times he's been either the third wheel or kind of the side person in the story he's in when he's even been in a story, other than the Swerve story, other than that feud for the most part. And I don't know. And he's been gone too much for me over the years for just whether it's because of injury, whether it's because of personal time, whether it's because of just the way they've decided to tell the stories and stuff. Like it feels like they did a really good job of keeping some guys right at that main event level and then other guys not, and it feels like Hangman's kind of been cooled down over the time to me, and I'm not totally sure why. So I don't know. I mean, I'm that's a really tough question. I think for me I don't think I can answer that yet. I think the company is too young still that there's just I don't know. It's not definitive enough for me yet to be able to make to give a real Mount Rushmore yet of AEW. I need like 5 more years. Moxley's measuring and stalking Orange Cassidy, big boot to the face. Sammy Joe says, I'm not saying Hangman is the best either. That's not what I mean by this. I'm saying about being the face of the company and synonymous with it. Yeah. No, I mean, he definitely has been. I mean, you know, I mean, he's definitely been around long enough to potentially be, take on that role. And I mean, he's a huge fan favorite. I mean, the crowd, people absolutely love Hangman Page. He is over, over, over. So Jesus Christ. Orange Cassidy is taking a hell of a beating. And to be fair, Orange Cassidy takes a beating often, but man, this has been extremely one sided.
It's getting kind of uncomfortable.
Orange Cassidy gets his feet on the rope to make Moxley break the choke,
Like, damn, bro, you,
right? Moxley off the rope.
you like you pity your good times.
Sammy says, honestly, OC and Darby could be on there too. Yeah, I mean, it depends on, your criteria. I mean, if you're using the term Mount Rushmore and you're talking about comparing it to the actual Mount Rushmore, there's only 4 people on it. So that being said, that Mount Rushmore was carved a long, 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 long time ago before other people had an opportunity. So I don't know if it was done today, if it would be the same 4 people on there or not. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, those things
It wouldn't be
change
done
in
today.
my huh.
It wouldn't be done today.
Well, that
Mount
too.
Rushmore. Mount Rushmore would not exist, and it should not exist. To be fair,
I agree.
damn,
No, I agree. I agree 100%. Um,
God, dang, Moxley.
but this is ever evolving. I mean, there are
But
times
it's
where
you are reneging into.
this goes back and forth, or, between at different times, different people belong in those positions. I mean, so it's hard to just make a blanket statement for all time. So Moxley up, scratching, digging at the back of Orange Cassidy. Jeez Louise, really, John? Really? Oh, damn. Orange Cassidy has a huge cut on his back, too. Damn. Oh, Orange Cassidy giving him back the scrape. Scraping Moxley's back. And now big forearms. Cassidy on the top rope. Oh, he tried to do something, but John caught him with a big forearm to the midsection before he could do anything. John
I
go
don't
for
know if
pin
I'm
one,
ahead of
two.
you. I
OC
don't know if
kicks
I'm
out.
behind you.
John back to that elbow lock that he was using earlier. And that is oh, so a modified STF. Like he's got the legs all wrapped up like an STF, but then he floated over and put Cassidy in the head scissors. Interesting.
Okay, I'm ahead of you.
I've never seen that move. Here we go. Moxley setting him up. It looks like for the Death Rider. We're gonna get here. Moxley with the guillotine chokes. Got him in the corner. Choking him
Oh,
out.
Marina looks a little shook.
Moxley sets OC up on the top rope. Moxley going up on the second rope. What are we gonna get here? Superplex. What's he trying to do? Oh, Moxley had him in like it looked like in the pile driver position. Was he trying to pile drive him off the top rope? Holy shit. Cassidy fighting back. Cassidy with the big DDT off the top rope. Sammy said midair punch. Moxley putting on a clinic. Moxley's definitely been in control of this match. There's no doubt about that. Which always makes me a little nervous because OC and Darby, but especially Darby, but OC too, has a history of these kind of matches where he just gets beat up for 30 minutes and then has like 10 seconds of offense and gets the win. So
I mean, all you
it
need
does
is
make
three.
it does make me a little nervous, but no big neck breaker from Moxley as OC was going to try to do something.
Oh,
Moxley stalking OC, bringing him back to his feet, double underhook. I don't know. Orange Cassidy fights out and slaps John Moxley. Now they're exchanging slaps in the middle of the ring.
this is. um,
Cassidy looks the worse for wear as he should. He's taking a beating. Big forearm from Cassidy. Moxley basically no sold and hits him with the forearm of his own. Orange Cassidy says doesn't hurt, bring it on. John obliges with another one and another one. OC's now starting to fight back. OC stops. Oh, he's putting his hands in his pockets. Now he's doing the fake kicks to the legs. Moxley tries his clothesline. Cassidy rolls through. Super punch. Or orange punch, sorry. Orange punch. Moxley is down in the corner, kind of. Oh, nope. Wheelbarrow rolls it in 1, 2. Moxley kicks out of a close 3 count or close 2 count. Big clothesline, but OC no sells, kips up.
Oh,
Bloody
okay.
OC,
So
another
Claudia
orange
had-
punch.
So where were they at this
Beach
whole
break.
time?
1, 2. Moxley kicks out at 2.99. Holy smokes. I thought the ref's
Why
hand was
does he
down.
need, why does he need them to come out? What is happening?
Oh, Claudio showed up. Now Claudio's here at ringside with Pac,
What were they doing this whole time?
right? Were they just sitting in the crowd or what were they doing? They came into the crowd. They just came over the guardrail. They're surrounding the ring, one on each side. Still
And
no
why?
Wheeler Yuta. Oh, now they're getting up on the ring apron,
It's like he doesn't need them.
right? That's what's ultimately so kind of weird about this situation is like, and especially the Marina Shafir angle of it. Like, oh, is that the conglomeration? Oh, the
Yep.
conglomeration is here. Or is that, yeah. Yep, the conglomeration's here trying to take out Claudio
Some
and
of them
Pac.
are. Some of them aren't.
If Sammy Joe says Pac is his emotional support animal. Moxie supports emotional support animal. That's funny. Oh, Rocky Romero off the top, taking out everybody at ringside.
Willow!
It's still just Moxley. Who's
Yes.
playing? Oh, it's Marina Shafir. Marina Shafir in the ring. Who is that?
That's Willow, I think.
Oh, holy smokes! Wow. I mean, oh yeah, I guess it is. I didn't recognize her at first. Up,
Shit.
Orange Cassidy has the briefcase. Is he going to hit Moxley with it? The ref's attention is turned. OC used it and blast Moxley. Moxley still kicks out. Holy smokes. You cannot keep John Moxley down. Yeah,
Okay.
Sammy confirmed. Willow. Willow, Willow, Willow.
So there's only two other people that could come out, which is Wheeler Yuta and Briscoe.
What about is he back and cleared and out? Where's Trent Beretta?
No, Trent Beretta's not clear. There's Wheeler
Okay.
Yuta.
There's Wheeler Yuta with the big knee as Moxley was holding the ref. Now Moxley taking advantage. Death Rider up and down on OC floats over. 1, 2, 3. And still AEW World Champion John Moxley with the help of Wheeler Yuta, with honestly a fair amount of help overall. I mean, not a whole lot of people like attacking, putting in damage on OC, but just distracting. And Moxley needed, had a little bit of help. Let's put it that way. Wheeler Yuta ultimately with the big knee to Orange Cassidy. Let's see what happens now. Anything else happens?
You know what's gonna happen.
They're going to continue to beat down Orange Cassidy, or we're just going to get a big brawl between the conglomeration and the Death Riders. So Moxley taking that briefcase back from the ref who had it. Moxley walking around the ring, very animated and intense, telling everyone I told you so.
It's not exactly, and I told you so much because you had to have a whole lot of help there.
All right.
Wait, what is this liquid?
Wheeler is, oh no. Yep, Wheeler's in the ring. Yeah, what is this liquid that he has? Looks like Wheeler's about to pour something on Orange Cassidy. What the hell is that?
Looks like
Is that like
alcohol.
supposed to be some sort of acid or alcohol or something? It's like supposed to burn the eyes and face. I mean, is it
No, that just looks like alcohol.
right?
Oh,
Which, to be fair, I mean, if you have a big open cut on your forehead, getting, alcohol poured into it probably doesn't feel great. So here comes Hangman Page
what is this?
to help Orange Cassidy, I guess. Took
He's
out Wheeler Yuta. Now he's face to face with John Moxley. Moxley looks a little apprehensive. I don't want to say scared, but a little maybe apprehensive. Now he's got his fist balled up and he's
Oh,
looking at Page. Adam Page and John Moxley. Yes, give me that. I'm here for that.
Damien.
Moxley's talking to Christian.
Damien, were you right?
Christian is here. Is he going to use the briefcase and cash in? Hangman Page about to hand Christian the briefcase. Or the yeah, whatever that is. I don't know if it's a briefcase or a little metal box. I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's a briefcase. A little metal briefcase. Christian gonna actually cash in here. There's a ref on the apron. Moxley is down. Was Damien right? Let's see here what
No,
happens.
he helped y'all out. Really, really though.
Christian
He helped
is
y'all
about
out.
to hand. Christian is standing there showing it. Is about to.
Uh-oh.
Is that Jay White? Holy shit. All right, Jay White out of nowhere. Taking out
Uh-oh.
Christian Cage. So Christian is definitely not cashing in now.
This is the type of problems I like.
Shit. Now Pac and Claudio taking out Jay White.
These are the type of problems I like.
Man, this is chaos. Holy smokes. This post match, well, even at the end, the last like 2 minutes of the match and everything post match has been very chaotic. Marina Shafir holding Moxley and walking him out of the arena. Jay White laying in the ring alone, smiling and laughing. So Jay White wants Moxley, of course, which not a surprise. He's the champion. Hangman Page wants Moxley. And the Death Riders can't get Moxley out of there fast enough. I was not expecting Jay White at the moment that he popped up. Sammy says, whoa, why are they attacking Jay?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
Aw. All right. Jay White going up the ramp with the chair. I think that brings us to the end of nope.
No,
We're back. We're outside the AEW parking lot. Marina Shafir still trying to get John Moxley to the truck. Being followed by somebody just took out Moxley's truck. Who the hell is that? Now they're trying to protect Moxley. They're trying to get Moxley into another vehicle. We don't know who was in that other car.
You're going to find out in a minute.
I guess so. So Moxley and the Death Riders, instead of getting in Moxley's truck or the truck they arrived in, jumped in some white SUV, and now we're over. Oh, it's Darby Allin. Big surprise. Darby Allin's willing to wreck a car into another car. I bet he wasn't even in the car. I bet it was a stuntman or something. But Darby's. Oh, is he? Is he actually like a licensed stuntman like that? I didn't know that.
Are trained stuntmen.
I didn't know that. Now Darby on top of the truck that Moxley arrived in, beating it up with the skateboard, screaming at John Moxley into the night, I guess. And the screen just went black. I assume that is the end of what ended up being a very solid, very entertaining pay-per-view. I absolutely enjoyed that. I think that was a solid 8.5. I mean, there was nothing bad. Didn't have a Chris Jericho match. I mean, the Jack Perry match, I guess, is what you could say. But Daniel Garcia got the win and is a new TNT champion, so can't be too upset with that, I guess. Um, a little surprised that um, Ospreay took the loss to Kyle Fletcher, but good for Kyle Fletcher. Moxley retains the title. Christian didn't cash in. Almost did for a second. A very solid pay per view. Mercedes and Statlander killed it. I thought Mercedes and Statlander really killed it. They were very good. MJF, whatchamacallit, was solid. And Takeshita versus Ricochet was very good. So I don't think there was anything bad on this card at all. I thought a very solid pay per view. Um, thank you to everyone that joined us. Damien says, what the fuck? Sammy says chaotic but good. Brought out a lot of major players at the end. Yeah.
So now you got
Uh,
the Conglomeration versus the Death Riders. You got Bang Bang Gang versus the Death Riders. And you got Darby by himself for right now versus the
versus
Death
the
Riders.
Death. Yeah. Yep. Now Moxie's got a huge target on his back. I mean, the Death Riders do in general, but Moxie for sure. Everyone's coming for him. So, um, no, it's very cool. I enjoyed this a lot. So, all right, let's do a little house cleaning. If I can stop coughing long enough to talk. Excuse me. Thank you for joining us. If you watched Full Gear with us, we appreciate you being here. If you're new to the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on this video, hit the bell on the YouTube channel to be notified every time we put something up on the YouTube channel. That's the best way to make sure that you know when we're putting something out. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure and give us a follow. We appreciate it. Let's see. On Sunday, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, there will be an Enter the Square Circle. We are doing Survivor Series pay-per-view. So we have two tag teams, men's and women's tag team matches, and then a War Games match. So make sure and tune in tomorrow morning for that. Tuesday nights, we are here for the cookout every Tuesday night live, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, 10:30 Eastern, where we all come together, talk about what's cooking up in the world of professional wrestling. This next Tuesday, we will be watching episode 2 of season 1 of Lucha Underground. And then after that, we are going into horsey season, the month of December. So make sure and tune in the first 3 weeks of December as we'll be giving out our horsey awards. But you can also catch the audio version of the cookout on these podcast locations. So if you don't have time to sit and watch it, or actually what you can just listen to the cookout. On Friday nights, Anika and Sammy Joe watch SmackDown and Rampage starting at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, with SmackDown going through the end of Rampage, giving you their live reactions and opinions to the show in real time. And then it's been hit or miss lately, but hopefully we'll get back to a regular schedule with our Saturday night Collision watch along. Obviously, there was no Collision tonight because they had Full Gear. So, but normally join us at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern for Collision, where we watch it live and give you our real-time opinions and reactions to the show. Let's see. You can scan this QR code, which will take you to that little horsey in the QR code. That will take you to Linktree, and from Linktree you can get to all of our social medias from one place. Make sure and check them all out. We'd love to interact with you on all of our different social media platforms, which are on the screen now. We're everywhere. Everywhere there's social media, we're there. I just created a Workhorse account on Blue Sky, so we are also on Blue Sky as well. So, again, thank you for joining us and choosing Workhorse Wrestling Network for your AEW Full Gear 2024 watch along. Anything else you want to say, CM, before we get out of here?
This is about to be good.
Peace. Later.